Watkins. We have a scratch in lane 3. Lane 4 is Nepean with Maya Edwards. Lane 6 is Glebe with Ingza Dive. Lane 7 is MLC Schools Adelaide Abernathy. And lane 8 is Nepean Elise Currell.
Our apologies, I had an out-of-date printout, I think. So we are on the third heat of the women's under-16 single scull. Over on the far side from Barker College, Lucy Watkins in lane 2. In lane 4 from Nepean, Maya Edwards. In lane 6 from Glebe, Ingzy Dive. In lane 7 from MLC School, Adelaide Abernathy, and in lane 8 from Nepean, Elise Currell. And just coming into the last 100 metres or so, and Ingzy Dive has a very comfortable lead over the rest. And so it's back to the first 3 through to the final. So there are 3 heats. And Ingzy Dive taking big long strokes there to cross the line about 2 or 3 lengths or even more well over the rest of the field. Over on the far side from Barker College, Lucy Watkins will also qualify, as will MLC Schools Adelaide Abernathy. She's followed across by Elise Currell from Nepean and Maya Edwards from Nepean. Our apologies with that. We've now getting ourselves updated information so we can continue with telling you what is actually happening rather than what we thought was happening. So next up is the men's under-21 single sculls, and I expect to see some even faster races by these boys. We have again 3 heats. And with these 3 heats, it's the first 2 through to the final, and then the next 3 fastest crews. So in the first heat 1, which is race number 7, over on the far side from Glebe, we have Josh Dallimore in lane 2. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Patrick Murphy. In lane 4 from Nepean, Hugh Harold. Lane 5 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee. Lane 6 from St Peters, Cambridge, Cameron Moores. Lane 7 from UTS, Kaylin Routley. Lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Ronan Brown. And in lane 9 from Newcastle Grammar, William Bird. So they just are down on the start line, the first heat of the men's under-21 single scull. They certainly come thick and fast with the this 500 metre sprints. Makes for very exciting racing.
I mean, first 500 metres, you barely feel any of the lactic, right? It's just maintaining poise and calm with sheer power.
Well, I'm not doing the 500s this year, but certainly you feel it because you think you can keep going before the pain starts to kick in.
That's funny because I heard these youngsters talk to me and like, nah, I don't feel anything before the first 1K. It's like,
yeah, but they're young. I'm old. Okay, so we're 3 minutes before the start time yet. We're running on time, which is fantastic. So, yeah.
So tell us about Josh, since he's a glebe rower.
Josh is I don't think, this is under 21. I think he's only about 16.
Oh, wow. So a lot of people rowing up, right?
Yeah, yeah. For the competition, he's... Okay, an announcement from the referees to competitors. Where the crews haven't quite made.
So just repeating that again, for those of you preparing to marshal up for your race, do not sit under the bridge. Please proceed to the 1250. It does obviously take time for you then to come up to the starting point. There's a bit of a blockage then at the bridge because people can't get past, which is why we're now waiting for 3 to, last entrance to come up to the line. So please make your way through. And it looks like this lineup is ready to go. The men's under 21 single scull race 7.
So we have the starters off. So this is the first race of the men's under 21 single scull. Race is underway. So they're really going for it, and it does look like they're starting to get a couple of leaders. So they look to be closest to us. So that's UTS's Kaylin Routley, Newcastle Grammar's Ronan Brown, and William Bird, the 3 lanes closest to the grandstand. Over on the far side there, Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland is also well in the mix. So it does look to be, it's going to be between Patrick Murphy and Kaylin Routley. So this is the first 2 through, and then it'll be the next 3 fastest across all the 3 heats. So very clear lead there. Look at Patrick Murphy over the far side, is really making sure that he stamps his authority on and gets through to the final. He's been followed pretty closely by Kaylin Routley from UTS. Over in the middle there, Hugh Harold from Nepean, working hard to see if he can get himself into the mix. So he's racing against the clock, as is Ronan Brown nearest to the grandstand. But out there also Leichhardt still in lead. Pretty hot competition in this race, but a very nice, comfortable win there by Patrick Murphy. About a length back to Kaylin Routley, then a couple of lengths back to Hugh Harold. And closest to us, Ronan Brown, just pipping Leichhardt's Dylan Lee. Bit further back to Josh Dallimore, and then St Peter's Cambridge, Cameron Moores.
So again, another public safety announcement for those of you preparing to come out for marshalling. Do not sit under the bridge. Go further to the 1250 in order to progress further into your lanes, because it's a 500-meter sprint. It is not your traditional 2K where you can kind of hang under the shade.
And we can see crews actually hanging up at the 1,000-meter mark, so don't wait there. Move right up and tuck yourselves in behind the crews that are stacked and racked, ready to go for the starter. So we're just waiting now. We're a minute yet to the start, and the starter nearly has a line for the second heat of the men's under 21 single scull. Over on the far side, we'll have Leo O'Reilly in lane 2 from St Peter's, Cambridge. In lane 3, Newcastle Grammar's William Golding. In lane 4, Hunter Hyde from UTS. A couple of Hunter Valley Grammar crews have scratched. In lane 7 from Leichhardt, Carter Clifton. In lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton. And in lane 9 from the University of Queensland, Ishan Karyappa Balachandra.
And they are off and racing, and look at that. That is a lot of high rating power and speed coming through there that we can see here on the camera.
Well, there's some, looking at through all these names, I'm not familiar with everybody, but I am familiar with some highly credentialed names that have come down. So we're seeing some great racing here, and we've seen it already. Over on this side, Lucas Burton and Ishan Karyappa Balachandra from University of Queensland battling it out and just trying to stay ahead of Carter Clifton from Leichhardt. Across the far side, Hunter Hyde from UTS. We seem to be missing William Golding from Newcastle Grammar, and further across St Peter's, Cambridge, Leo O'Reilly. But at the moment, it does seem to be between UTS's Hunter Hyde and Lucas Burton from Newcastle Grammar. He's working hard to hold off Ishan Karyappa Balachandra. So the coveted second position is going to be the one that's been fought for, because I think UTS's Hunter Hyde has comfortably got this, but Newcastle Grammar's Lucas Burton is pushing hard. It looks like he's going to hold off the Ishan Karyappa Balachandra from University of Queensland. And we can see Hunter Hyde just dropping it back slightly to cross the line, but he's only just going to get across just ahead of Lucas Burton from Newcastle Grammar, and it was Ishan Karyappa Balachandra there in third position, then Carter Clifton, formerly of Glebe, from Leichhardt. And over on the far side, St Peter's, Cambridge, Leo O'Reilly. Now the next race is roaring down the course. In lane 1 from the University of Queensland, William Hall. Lane 2 from Barker College, Hugh Lucas. Lane 3 from Nepean, Angus George. Lane 4 from UTS, Ryan Zhu. Lane 5 from Glebe, Sang Greenwood. Lane 6 from UTS, Luca Milozzi. Lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung. And lane 8 from UTS, Jack Power. And it is the UTS rower, Luca Milozzi, halfway through the race, is establishing his lead. He's battling it out with UTS's Jack Power. So those two seem to have the lead, and over the far side, don't doubt the University of Queensland's William Hall. And then the other UTS rower there in lane 4, or lane 5, Ryan Zhu. But a very comfortable lead now by Lucas Milozzi, and closest to us, Jack Power from UTS as well. And then third position, it does look like it's going to be Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar.
Luca is definitely not holding back. His stroke rate is really up high there. Jack is looking very calm and pulling it long and strong. And coming in on third is Mitchell from Newcastle Grammar. Well done, Luca, for maintaining that very high stroke rate and keeping it calm there.
So now we move to the para-single scull, where we have, so we're down to divisions, I think. The para-single looks to be a straight final. The university, so they're all PR3, but mixed genders. University of Queensland, Mac Russell over on the far side in lane 3. Ellie Taylor from community rowing in lane 4. Catherine Vagoski in lane 5 from community rowing. Bronte Marshall in lane 6 from community rowing. And Parry Mutaris in lane 7 from glebe. Pretty exciting stuff, these 500 metre races, aren't they?
They are. They just get going and off they go.
And they're underway, and an early start, a good solid start there by Bronte Marshall.
Her start was very clean, well executed.
Very fast, and I think having watched Bronte race over some time, where the 500 metres will suit her very well, because she does have a tendency to race high, rate high, and not necessarily maintain that for the whole length of a normal 1,000 or 2,000 metre race. But look at her go. She's in the spirit of the sprints, but way over the far side, as would be expected. Mac Russell from the University of Queensland is powering ahead, rating very high. I don't have a rate meter with me, but I would suggest he's probably doing about 36, 38 strokes a minute just looking at it. He's just whizzed through the 250 metre mark. Bronte's now just starting to drop her rating a bit, but she knows she's probably got herself in a qualifying position. I'm not sure if there'll be first and second medals. I think there would be for this. Look at Mac Russell go. I think he's rating even higher now. So he's not only racing against everyone else, but he's decided to give this one all he's got and race against the clock and see what he can know. He's just dropped it back. He realises he's still rating fairly high, but not quite as manic as he had coming up. He's got a very clear lead over the rest of the field. He's done that in an unofficial time of 1:47.39. It's pretty fast.
Definitely.
And Bronte's also realised that she's putting everything in, still rating pretty high, but she's clearly ahead of Parry Mutaris, and then it will be further back to Ellie Taylor and Catherine Vagoski. Fantastic.
Congratulations to Mark Russell and Eleanor Taylor.
So we're now into Masters racing. Now, although this is a championship regatta, the Masters races are in divisions only. Oh, we've had a capsize, so that is that's lane. So that's Catherine Vagoski. She looks to be. She might be able to get back in the boat, but she's capsized on the line. So the lifesavers, fantastic out there. I suspect this is not the first time she's capsized, because she does seem to know how to get back in the boat. So, as I was saying, the next is two divisions of the Women's Masters pair. And again, there are handicaps. But they're divisions only, so the winners of each race, there's no going through to heats and finals. Over in lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, we have an A crew, Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews. They'll go off 7 seconds. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Michelle Duzell and Trudy McDonald. They're a D. They'll go off 2 seconds. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. They are C. They'll go off 5 seconds, as will Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson from Leichhardt in lane 6. In lane 7 from North Shore, we have Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, who are E. They'll go off go. And they'll do their best to hold off the rest of the field, but in lane 8 will be their colleagues Catherine Borland and Olivia Tong, who are a C crew, and they'll go off 5 seconds. And we've probably got a couple of minutes before the start, so we are generally running ahead of time, which is good, although we feel a bit harried and frantic with them coming down thick and fast. It's nice that we're running on time as well.
Well, I think that's the wonderful thing about this particular sprint and reindeer series, is that it's much more social. It's definitely a lot of fun. It's a good test, before the serious season of next year, February, March and April. And it gives everyone a chance to, see how their conditioning is going at this point in time in the season. And everyone generally is here for a bit of experience, a bit of fun. So hopefully marshalling makes it a bit easier because of that.
They're all social and fun, Clement.
Oh, I hope so. I hope so.
Especially Masters regattas. So we're not quite at the start time yet, because and the ladies out there for the Women's Masters pair look like they're being asked to start tapping up. Possibly they were just waiting for another crew by the look of it.
I wonder how everyone's feeling today with the bright, sunny UV rays coming down on us.
I would suggest lots of sunscreen, but make sure you wash your hands. It's my mantra of the moment. Having been out training last week with a pair of club oars, and once I started to get a bit sweaty and a little bit splashed, I could not grip those oars. They were covered in slimy gunk. So, and that's the discipline of put the sunscreen on by liberally, but make sure you try and get it off your hands before you pick up an oar handle. So yeah, I'll harp on about that for the first half of the season. We've just about got a line with the Women's Masters pairs. Everyone seems to be tapping back, so starters wants them to be on the line.
And there is another public safety warning as well. One of the umpires last week, who is a cardiologist, was telling me that the sun visors don't protect your scalp, and that recently one of his colleagues, who's a dermo/surgeon, has had to do a lot of cancer treatments on scalps for teenage girls in particular in the last 12 months because of the exposure of the scalp to the sun. So for those of you wearing sun visors, yes, they're great at covering your eyes, but they don't cover your scalp. And again, put some cream on that ridge line if you're parting your hair at the top. So coming up to the start line, we are getting ready for this very exciting race of the Women's Masters Pair Division 1.
It's some great advice there, Clement. And the other thing also is I think we're all gradually moving towards hats that cover our ears as well, because skin cancer's on ears. But the race is underway, and an early start as expected by the rowers that are going off go. That was Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach from North Shore. So, and all boats are now underway. We'd expect probably the Michelle Duzell and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie in lane 2 to come through very strongly against the crew beside them, Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. But there's also the North Shore's crews are very strong Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews on the far side were off 7 seconds, but they already look to be making ground on the rest of the field. At the moment, it does look to be Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach have held their advantage of time, but the other crews are gradually reeling them in, and the activity is on the far side of the field there, where we can see Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews. They were the A crew off the biggest handicap of 7 seconds, and they've demolished that now. And I think they're about to overtake Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach. And then on this side, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong, the C crew that was off 5 seconds, are also pushing through. The Lake Macquarie and Michelle Duzell, Lake Macquarie's Michelle and Trudy McDonald, pushing hard to hold that third position, but it is definitely the University of New South Wales, Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews have pushed through from their handicap, and they're about a canvas ahead of Catherine Boland and Olivia Zong. And then third position is actually almost a photo, I think. Well, no, third was the Leichhardt crew of
Daniela Borget and Jennifer Zonga, it looks like.
Yeah. So Daniela and Jennifer, and then a photo for the rest. And down on the line we have Division 2 of the Women's Masters pair, and these are the more senior ladies. So these are F, G and H crews. From Lake Macquarie, we have a G crew of Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell in lane 3. In lane 4 from North Shore, an F crew of Sarah Culhane and Vicky Grundy. In lane 5 from North Shore, an H crew who will be off go. Sorry, the F crews go off 11 seconds. Susan Walter and Susan Wannon go off go. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Susan Huggett and M. Barrack, they're an E crew, they're off 14 seconds. And in lane 7 from North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell off 11 seconds. And the race is underway. And we can see the Walter and Susan Wannon from North Shore are currently holding on to their handicap advantage, but will they be able to sustain that as the rest of the field comes at them? We can see closest to us Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, who went off 11 seconds, pushing through. Over on the far side, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell from Lake Macquarie, the younger crew, they're off 6 seconds, so they're starting to lose their handicap advantage as well, as Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell from North Shore and Leichhardt, Susan Huggett and M. Barrack start to take advantage and catch up to the rest of the field. But will Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell over the far side be able to hold on to their lead? At the moment, the Susans out in the middle from North Shore are holding on to their handicap advantage. They're the H crew, they went off go, but their colleagues Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell closest to the grandstand, who went off 11 seconds, have overtaken them and looking very strong as they come into the last 100 metres. But I think Susan Walter and Susan Wannon will take second place. So that's North Shore's Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, who came in from behind, overtook their colleagues, Susan Huggett and
Walter and Wannon.
Susan's Walter and Wannon. Then M. Barrack and Susan Huggett from Leichhardt will take third position. They're rounded out by Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell from Lake Macquarie, and the Sarah Culhane and Vicky Grundy from North Shore. And we've got another race roaring down the course, which is the women's under-17 double scull. This is the first heat of 2 heats, so the first 3 will be through to the final, and the next 3 fastest crews. They're racing up to the halfway mark. We've got the University of Queensland on the far side, Amelia Moore, Emerson Martin, Leichhardt's Mia Simkovic, Sabrina Kozkar. Then lane 4, Cora was Phoebe Packer, Summers Hogan. Lane 5, Barker College's Taylor Grayson, Meg Anderson. Lane 6, MLC Schools, Rebecca Beaton, Isabel Ing. Lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, Kensington Skeel, Heidi McKenzie. Lane 8, St Peters, Cambridge, Sophie Hunter and Caitlin Silcock. These are all under 17 girls, and it is very close at the moment, but I would give it a call. Looks like we're missing the Newcastle Grammar crew. I would give a call for the St Peters Cambridge crew, Sophie Hunter and Caitlin Silcock, closest to the grandstand. Over on the far side there, Amelia Moore and Emerson Martin from, well, no, they seem to be missing as well. I think it's Leichhardt's Mia Simkovic and Sabrina Kozkar. They're battling it out with Corowa's Phoebe Packer and Summers Hogan, who want to make sure they get something for coming all that way. Newcastle's Grammar's Kensington Steele and Heidi McKenzie trying to make sure they catch up to the St Peters Cambridge crew, but I don't think they're going to make it. So it's out there in lane 4, Corowa's Phoebe Packer and Summers Hogan. And will they, so St Peters Cambridge have just managed to come through. That's Sophie Hunter
an amazing intro.
And Caitlin Silcock. And they were followed across. I'm not quite sure whether it was the MLC Schools, Rebecca Beaton, or the Leichhardt crew, Rebecca Beaton, Isabel Ing, or Leichhardt's Mia Simkovic and Sabrina Kozkar.
So it looks like it's a photo finish between Corowa's Phoebe Packer and Summers Hogan in lane 8 at St Peters Cambridge of Sophie Hunter and Caitlin Silcock. It's a provisional. Looks like a provisional finding for Corowa in first place, Phoebe Packer, Summers Hogan, and in second place, St Peters Cambridge, Sophie Hunter and Caitlin Silcock. Yep. Third being Leichhardt.
So it's the first 3 through to the final. That's Phoebe Packer and Summers Hogan from Corowa, Sophie Hunter and Caitlin Silcock from St Peters Cambridge, and Leichhardt's Mia Simkovic and Sabrina Kozkar. So we're about to come to the second heat of the women's under-17 double scull. Over in again, first 3 through to the final. So over in lane 3 from St Peters, Cambridge, Jordan Vosper and Kate Gardner. In lane 4 from MLC School, Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell. In lane 5 from UTS, Matilda Marconis and Charlotte Olivier. In lane 6 from University of Queensland, Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew. In lane 7 from Nepean, Jessica Harris and Vitti Young. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Holly Fleming and Greta Knott. And we've got a little way until that race starts. We're, again, 3 minutes from the start. So we get a bit excited. We've had, say, sometimes come thick and fast, but then we do get a bit of a breather.
So just a reminder, all crews, don't wait at the bridge. Please row through to the 1250.
So again, just a reminder that yes, it's probably hot out there. We're sitting up here in our air-conditioned comfort. But for those crews that are not going through and getting ready for the to line up for their races, the request has been, please don't sit under the bridge and wait. And once you're out on the course, please head down to the 1250 metre mark. At the moment, it does look like the Division 2, Heat 2 of the Women's Under-17 double scull are waiting for perhaps for crews to arrive. So remember, it is a championship regatta. We need to be on time, but enough of us being like old grandmas. So we can see from up here the next races are racked and stacked. We're not quite sure what the hold up there down there is at the moment. We can only see 3 boats sitting waiting at the start line for a race that should include 6 boats. So not quite sure what is happening. But no doubt all will be revealed in good time. So there does seem to be a slight delay. We have a couple of boats sitting on the start line, but we need 6. It could be that we've had some crews needing the same boats to be changed. We don't know, but all will happen in due course. Okay, it does look like we're going to have a start for the second heat of the women's under 17 double scull. We only have 2 boats over in lane 2. Well, it has a lane 2 on it, but we don't have a lane 2 listed. Is Jordan Vosper and Kate Gardner, I think, and we have a lane 8, Holly Fleming and Greta Knott from the University of Queensland, who have taken a very fast lead. So this is the second heat of the women's under 17 double scull. There are only 2 boats in the race, so they are both going for it basically, with the University of Queensland's Holly Fleming and Greta Knott closest to us. Ahead, we're just, you may have heard in the background the phone ringing, so we're just getting an update of what is actually happening. And over on the far side we have a lane 2 boat racing, but we don't actually have a lane 2 on our program, but it does look to be...
So we've had a call in from the powers that be that these 2 crews were late to the previous race, and so they're racing through to get a time to see if they can qualify based on time.
So that explains it. So this is the missing University of Queensland crew, Amelia Moore and Emerson Martin, and the St Peter's Cambridge Sophie Hunter and Caitlin Silcott. No, sorry, Newcastle Grammar's Kensington Steele and Heidi McKenzie from the previous race, racing against the clock to see if they can get through the final. They didn't quite make the previous race. So that's what has happened, and they are just racing against the clock effectively to see if they can get themselves into the final. So now we have heat 2 of the women's under 17 double scull, race 14 over on the far side from St Peter's Cambridge, Jordan Vosper and Kate Gardner. In lane 4 from MLC School, Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell. Lane 5 from UTS, Matilda Marconis and Charlotte Olivier. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew. In lane 7 from Nepean, Jessica Harris and Vicky Young. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Holly Fleming and Greta Knott. And they are underway. What's happening, Clement?
They are going hard, and again reminded for crews to please marshal forward or you'll miss your race. From our perspective, it looks like it's a pretty even start line, although
it's a sprint
Nepean in
race.
lane 7 looks like it's got a bit of an edge from my poor eyesight.
Yeah, so it's Jessica Harris and Vicky Young taking a lead from Nepean, and they're battling it out with, just on the inside of them, Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew from the University of Queensland, and on this side there, Holly Fleming and Greta Knott from the University of Queensland. But out in the middle there, coming through strongly, is Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell from MLC School. So a little bit hard to call, but it does seem to be Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew have taken a lead. No, they haven't. It is Holly Fleming and Greta Knott on this side from have managed to get themselves ahead of that Nepean crew. But definitely a strong row there from Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell. Over on the far side in lane 4 from MLC School, and then it'll be the 2 University of Queensland crews, but I don't know, the UTS crew of Matilda Marconis and Charlotte Olivier are pushing hard to try and get in the mix, but no. And what a great finish here by the University of Queensland's Holly Fleming and Greta Knott, have pushed through to get ahead of Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell, who just pipped the University of Queensland's Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew.
They managed to fight them off. Well done to the MLC, Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell, for holding off that last push by UQ's lane 6, Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew. Up next we have the women's under 21 single scull race 15 heat 1. In lane 2 is in glebe is Kitty Elias. Lane 3 is Corowa, Bella Hegney. Lane 4 is Glebe's Lucy Yabsley. Lane 5, Corowa, Evangeline Broad. Lane 6 is UNSW's Helen Frith. Lane 7, St Peter's Cambridge, Lily Gundenson. And lane 8 is Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle McKenzie.
And they are underway.
So tell us about these two glebe rowers, Kitty and Lucy.
Lucy Yabsley is one of the leading rowers of her time. She's had a scholarship, went to Canada for the, I'm not quite sure what the championships were.
World under 19, under 23?
Yeah. I think that's what it was. But as they're racing down the course now, we can see that Lucy Yabsley is making sure she's going to be in the mix. She's over in lane 4 from the other side, and on this side she's being pushed hard by Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar, and Helen Frith in lane 6 from the University of New South Wales. But we can see Lucy now pushing herself out into the lead. Her big danger is going to be from Annabelle McKenzie over here closest to the grandstand. They probably both know they only need to be in the first 3 to get through to the final. So they make sure that they've got a good lead. It is then going to be Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales, who's working hard to hold off the Corowa rower on the far side there, and who may actually pip her by the time they get to the post. That's Bella Hegney. But Lucy not necessarily working too hard. She knows she's through. She's got a healthy lead over the rest of the field. She's followed across by Annabelle McKenzie, who looks also to have taken a similar view of the world. It's then going to be the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith. So those 3 will go through to the final, followed through by Bella Hegney, and then pretty close for the rest of them, but it's going to be those 3 that are through. And the next 3 fastest crews in Heat 1 of the Women's Under 21 Single Scull. Heat 2 is roaring down the course. Over in lane 3 we have Roxanna Brown from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 4, Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. Lane 5, St Peter's Cambridge, Zara O'Leary. Lane 6, Imogen Tomlinson from Corowa. And in lane 7, Sadie Smart from Newcastle Grammar. And the lead looks to be University of Queensland's Astrid Thomas. She's been followed hard. She's really cemented her lead. She has to be 4 or 5 lengths or more out in front. Over on the far side, Newcastle Grammar's Roxana Brown is battling it out with Corowa's Imogen Tomlinson closer to us in lane 6. So everything going as it stands at the moment, as the leader there, Astrid Thomas is in the last 100 metres, going very strong. She's going to be followed through by Roxana Brown over the far side. Corowa's Imogen Tomlinson in lane 6 is probably going to take 3rd position. She'll be followed through by Sadie Smart from Newcastle Grammar, and then St Peter's Cambridge is Zara O'Leary. I haven't been looking at the finish times to see how they look coming through. It's all happening a bit too fast. We have the men's under 21 double scull roaring down the course. We have the University of Queensland, William Hall, Ishan Kariapa Balachandra over the far side in lane 2. Lane 3, UTS's Oliver Taylor, Ryan Zhu in lane 3. Newcastle Grammar's Thomas Clarkson, Jack Martin in lane 5. UTS's Zinc Bosco and Luca Milozzi in lane 6, and they look to currently have the lead over Sahasayam Yeramsetis and Jacob Kampenhout from St Peter's Cambridge, and Barker College's Tenzin O'Gorman and Hugh Lucas. But it does seem to be the UTS crew of Zinc Bosco and Luca Milozzi have established a very comfortable lead. They are pushing themselves away from the rest of the pack. The key positions are going to be here for its first 3 through to the final. So that coveted second and third positions, and I think it's going to be William Hall and Ishan over the far side. And if they can hold them off, St Peter's Cambridge, Sahasya and Jacob on this side. So
it's going to be close for the second and third, but it looks like
the third and fourth, I think, is even closer. And
William Hall and Ishan have come through.
So they just pipped the, they may get through on time. Target Barker College's Tenzin O'Gorman and Hugh Lucas. Apologies for the minor placings, but we've got another race roaring down the course. It is race 18 of the men's under 21 double scull. Heat 2, first 3 through. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, William Bird and Mitchell Tongue. Lane 5 from Leichhardt, Carter Clifton and Dylan Lee. Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar's Logan Harmon and Edward Baker. Lane 7, Newcastle Grammar's Lucas Burton, Ronan Brown. Lane 8, UTS, Caelan Routley and Jack Power. And we've just seen these guys, most of them are all roared down the course in their single sculls
They are not holding back.
So
the rating that Zing Bonsko and Luca Molozzi did in the UTS crew the previous race was not holding back, and it looks like this is a similar story here.
This is the same, and as we'd expect, we're seeing Caelan Routley and Jack Power, who came first and second in their heats for the single scull. Just a little bit earlier, they're battling it out with Lucas Burton and Roland Brown beside them. It's first 3 through to the final. Over on the far side is William Bird and Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar, battling it out with their Logan Harmon and Edward Baker, but UTS's Caelan Routley and Jack Power have got themselves through in a very comfortable lead, a length over Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown, who are a length ahead of their mates over there, William Bird and Mitchell Chung. So those would be the first 3 through to the final. Leichhardt's Carter Clifton, Dylan Lee just pipped Logan Harmon and Edward Baker for 4th and 5th places. Gets pretty exciting, doesn't it?
Fast and furious, definitely fast and furious.
Well, as the boats get bigger, they go faster, so keep us really on our toes.
And underway is Men's Master Single Scull Division 1, race 19. In lane 2 is UNSW's Andrew McEnroe. Lane 3 is Nepean's Jason Waddell. Lane 4 is St George Cromwell Olivier. Lane 5 is Glebes Ben Nagapa. And lane 6 is Balmain's James Hutton. Lane 7 is Drummoyne with Nicholas Brown, and we have a scratch in lane 8.
So again, being a Masters race, there are various handicaps. Andrew McEnroe went off go. He's the oldest as a D. Then Jason Waddell only off 4 seconds. He'll probably fly through. Cromwell Olivia off 2 seconds as a C. Ben Nagapa as an A off 4 seconds. James Hutton as a C off 2 seconds. And Nick Brown is off go and holding his lead at the moment on the rest of the field. But we can see Jason Waddell from Nepean over there in lane 3 pushing through. And I think he's just overtaken the St George Cromwell Olivier, and he's establishing a good strong lead. His main competition is over this side, Nick Brown from Drummoyne, who is also off go. I think Cromwell Olivier is, I keep wanting to call him Oliver Cromwell. Cromwell Olivier is not managing at the moment to hold off these youngsters who are gradually overtaking him. I think a great row there from Nick Brown from Drummoyne, who's going to take out second place, having gone off go against the younger whippersnappers. Jason Waddell went off 4 seconds, has just won by half a length over Nick Brown, and followed across by Cromwell Olivier.
Fantastic row there by Nick Brown to manage to come in there in second.
So Division 2 of the Men's Masters Singles, there are 3 divisions. Then we're going to have a bit of a break because there's I've consolidated quite a few races. So we might be able to sit back and take a breather.
Maybe a cup of tea.
The second division of the Men's Masters Single Scull, these are again an old age bracket, so we have Ds, Es and Fs in this one. So over in lane 2 from Endeavour, he's an E. Peter Bowman, he'll go off 3 seconds in lane 2 from Endeavour. I think these are the first Endeavour rowers I've seen in the last day or two. Is also off 3 seconds in lane 4 from Glebe. Chris Nish is off 5 seconds in lane 5 from St George. Christopher Jones is off 5 seconds. In lane 6, Ed Day is an F, he's off go. And in lane 8, Harry Fine is from Mossman is also off go. And just pulling up to the start line now. This is going to be a pretty interesting race. So the start has nearly got a line. And the interesting thing also is, as we're seeing, there's a bit of drift. And so do you get advantage when you've had to sit there for 3 or 4 or 5 seconds or more and drift a bit further down the course? Always the debate amongst the Masters rowers. And so the 2 off go, that's Harry Fine and Ed Day, closest to the grandstand, have taken off. The rest of the field is now underway. So we'll wait and see once the those that receive bigger handicaps whether they can catch the more senior citizens. Looks like a bit of a breeze hitting the course now. It seems to be a slight cross-tail breeze. So over the far side there we can see what do we...
Peter Bauman from Endeavour.
Yeah, so the Endeavour rowers. Sorry, I just lost my place there. Tim Blomfield, I think, is the one that's pushing through. And out in the middle there, St George's Christopher Jones. But over closest to us, Harry Fine is holding on. Yeah, he hasn't been overtaken yet. He went off go. So the youngsters will come up and try and overtake him. But out there, it is Endeavour's Tim Blomfield taking a handy lead out over St George's Christopher Jones. So Tim Blomfield went off 3 seconds. Chris Jones went off 5 seconds, so really nothing much in it. Harry Fine from Mossman is holding his own, but I think the youngsters are all going to overtake him. I think he may well take a 3rd placing. It's Christopher Nish sitting there in 4th, pushing through. Chris is very strong.
Looks like Jones and Blomfield are definitely in there. Oh no!
Yes.
Looks like Mossman's Harry Fine is still battling it out. He might get in there.
Wow, that's
so close.
I think a photo finish, but I would
nice
call it for Harry Fine, who did a big surge right there at the finish, with Christopher Jones, and then over on the far side, Tim Blomfield, who seemed to have a lead most of the way, but then ran out of puff.
Unofficial photo finish between Harry Fine and Chris Jones.
Yeah, and then further back to Christopher Nish and...
never underrate the Harry, who was looking very nice and calm, and just waited for the surge at the right moment.
That's us old blokes. We know how to do it.
got to surge at the right moment.
Well, the interesting thing is, of course, in a handicapped race, you can see all the others coming at you. So you can see when you've really got to push hard, if you can, if there's any energy left. So we have coming up to the start line now, the Men's Masters Division, Single Scull Division 3. This is the final division. And I expect we'll see George Zuros do his thing again. We have everything here from H through to George's K. So over on the far side, we have Michael Tyler, who's an H, who has to wait for 23 seconds. In lane 3 from Newcastle, Peter Kemp, who has to wait for 28 seconds. Then the one to watch will be George Zuros from Swan River in Western Australia in lane 4, who goes off go. In lane 5, Richard Jones, who's an H. He's off 23 seconds from Des Moines. Lane 6, Mark McEwen, who's a G, off 28 seconds from Glebe. Kim Rudder in lane 7 from North Shore. He's an H, off 23 seconds. And closest to us, Steve Schneigel from Des Moines, who's off 28 seconds. So it's going to be a very interesting race, this one. Be interesting to see. Now we can see George Zuros has already taken off, and if you can see on screen the drift of the rest of the field as they wait for the starter to count down. Sometimes in these races you could almost sit and have a cup of tea. It looks like the H's have just gone. There's Mark McEwen, the G has just started, as has Steve Schneigel. Well, that's the rest of the field. So they're all underway now. So can these youngsters catch George? He's got a very healthy lead out there at the moment. He's probably about 300 metres to go. He has a commanding view over the rest of the field.
He's looking very relaxed. I mean, based on his previous race, it'll be very, very hard to match that 20-second handicap that he's got.
Oh, yeah.
Average.
Well, it's not so much the handicap, it's the age difference. So the handicap do match the age, but George has been an outstanding rower no matter what age group he's in. So that's what comes to the fore. The handicap system actually works. And if you have people of the similar ability but at different age groups, they should hit the finish line together. But George has always been an outstanding rower no matter what age he is. Now 83, our program tells us. But look at that. He is flying down the course, maintaining his very healthy lead. In fact, I think he might even be extending it over the rest of the field. It looks like he's going to be followed across by the Stephen Schneigel from Des Moines. So George is about to cross the, well, he's got about 5 or 10, 6 strokes to go. He's knows he's easily won it. He's conserving his energy. And it's Steve Schneigel who's going to take second place ahead of his clubmate Richard Jones. Then Kim Rudder, who looked like ran out of puff in his 1,000-metre race not so long ago, is going to come in at 4th position. Then Mark McEwen. But what a fantastic showing there by George Zuros. If I even make 83, I hope to still be rowing. There's no way I'll look like that.
And that's what I'm saying is he's an amazing athlete.
He's an incredible athlete, and all kudos to him. Well done, Steve Schneigel, our local boy, who came in at 2nd place, then Richard Jones and Mark McEwen in 4th.
And finishing off with Michael Tyler and Peter Kemp.
Yeah. So we now have a bit of a break because there have been a number of consolidated races. So we'll be back on air at about 10 minutes past. So the next race is due, which would be the women's under 21 double sculls at 12 minutes past 11. And then it won't be long before at 24 minutes past 11 we'll be into some finals for the women's under 17 and women's under 16 single sculls. So some exciting racing to come. Fantastic conditions. I'm not quite sure of the temperature outside, but make sure you stay out of the sun, stay cool, drink lots of water and sunscreen.
any racing? Yeah, it's all two of my guys are on holiday. One guy's you should have done the same. Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to do it, so we could find a boat. Yeah, I'm better now. Just getting back into training. Did my first regattas yesterday. How'd it go? Yeah, it was good. We won the under 21. Oh, yeah. Well, we came fourth, but it was all no, it was a combined, consolidated reps. So like we won category, we beat the under 21. And then came second in the lightweight double. We were winning in men's operation. It was terrible. I was tired, but and then the third race was in the squad with Cal. Good man. Good to see you. I got another race. Alright. 10 minutes. See you, man. See ya.
So we are now coming up to the lineup for race 26 women's under 21 double scull. In lane 2 is St. Peter's Cambridge of Molly McClintock and Caitlin Silcock. Lane 3 is also St. Peter's Cambridge, Nola Curie and Lily Wall. Lane 4 is Newcastle Grammar's Roxana Brown and Sadie Smart. Lane 5, St. Peter's Cambridge, is Zoe Phillips and Lily Gundenson. Lane 6 is Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle McKenzie and Molly Boyle. Lane 7, Coroz, Evangeline Broad and Bella Higney. Lane 8 is St. Peter's Cambridge of Neve Watkins and Olivia Henry, with a lane 9 of Glebe being scratched.
So we've still got 2 minutes to go till racing. They're a little bit early. Very excited, can't wait to get going.
So whilst we are holding for 90 seconds because we're ahead of schedule, just a reminder for all athletes to make sure you pass the bridge, do not stay there, move forward to the 1250 in order to avoid any delays at the start line.
So the race is just underway now. This is the women's under 21 double scull. It seems to be a straight final. So we've going to see it pretty hotly contested. We have 2 St. Peter's Cambridge crews. The first over the far side, Molly McClintock, Caitlin Silcock, and in lane 3, Nola Curie and Lily Wall. Then from Newcastle Grammar, Roxana Brown, Sadie Smart. From St. Peter's, Zoe Phillips, Lily Gunderson. From Newcastle Grammar in lane 6, Annabelle McKenzie, Molly Boyle. From Corowa, Evangeline Broad, Bella Higney. And in lane 8 from St. Peter's Cambridge, Neve Watkins and Olivia Henry. It seems that this is going to be St. Peter's versus Newcastle. And as they're coming down the course, it does look to be the St. Peter's crew of Neve Watkins and Olivia Henry closest to the grandstand, who have taken the lead. Out there in lane 4, Roxana Brown and Sadie Smart from Newcastle have been pushed pretty hard over on the far side by Molly McClintock and Caitlin Silcock from St. Peter's Cambridge, but Neve Watkins and Olivia Henry closest to the grandstand currently have the lead, but the girls over on the far side, Molly McClintock, Caitlin Silcock, are pushing them very hard. Those 2 crews from St. Peter's and Cambridge have managed to extend their lead across the rest of the field. Behind them is Newcastle Grammar's Roxana Brown, Sadie Smart, and it is lane 8, Neve Watkins and Olivia Henry from St. Peter's Cambridge, and they are followed across by Molly McClintock and Caitlin Silcock. Third place goes to Roxana Brown and Sadie Smart. Then it is Zoe Phillips and Lily Gunderson. then Evangeline Brown and Bella Heagney and Nola Curry and Lily Wall. So we have a very fast race now. We're up to the coxless 4, the women's open coxless 4. We have 3 crews, all university levels. 2 from the University of New South Wales, the first being Sunny Park, Charlotte Stanwicks, Lisa Matthews, Helen Frith. The second University of New South Wales crew in lane 5 is Annabelle Singh, Elizabeth Raffin, Olivia Zargo and Anna Ristic. And from the University of Queensland in lane 6, closest to the grandstand, Felicity Bishop, Sophie Crane, Ella Wash and Willa Dunbar. And they are underway, and being a sprint, this is going to be, I expect it to be some pretty close racing here. It certainly just a little bit of steering, getting themselves straight. It does look like the crew on the far side, the University of New South Wales crew, stroked by Helen Frith, just decided to get themselves well away from the others and have changed lanes. Their crewmates, stroked by Anna Ristic, look to be on the boys almost on the far in the centre lane there, but they are holding on to a slight lead over the University of Queensland on this side. So at the moment, the University of New South Wales does look to be out front, slightly ahead of the University of Queensland. So it could be either of those 2 crews. I think the University of New South Wales crew over on the far side is not in the mix for this, although there are only 3 boats in the race, so one of them will come third. Now the University of Queensland crew have put on the afterburners and have forced themselves ahead and go looking really nice as they push through, and they look to be pushing past the University of New South Wales crew. The vagaries of the sprints is the positions, even though it's only a short course, can change, and that's going to be the University of Queensland crew by 3/4 of a boat length over the University of New South Wales crew of Singh, Raffin, Zargo and Ristic. So some great racing there, as we would expect.
They were definitely coming in long and strong for the UQ crew at the end there.
And coming up next is the men's open quad. So this is going to be even faster. I may run out of time to run through the roll call, but over in lane 2 from UTS, we have Marcus Black, Jack Power, Kaylin Routley and Luca Milozzi. I would suggest that's one crew to watch. In lane 3 from Nepean, Daniel Waddell, Angus George, Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, William Bird, Mitchell Chung, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Edwin Fang, Fraser Wilson, Justin Nelson, Anthony Ball. In lane 6 from St Peter's, Cambridge, Sahasya Uram Sethi, Ethan Harrison, Jackson Ramsden, Carter Taylor. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Thomas Clarkson, Edward Baker, Logan Harmon and Jack Martin. And in lane 8 from Newcastle, Chris Keats, Remy Keats, Brad Smith and Jack Hanley. So with some of these, we've seen them win races already this morning, and they're scattered across. So this is going to be, I would suggest, a very tight and very exciting race. The men's open quad, only over 500 metres. So they're just coming up to the starters line now. So they're in the starters' hands. He'll be wanting to get a nice straight line on this one, because this race could be won by a bow ball. I would suggest looking at some of the names and credentials of some of the rowers in this race.
Yeah, during the break, Luca Milozzi was collecting their bow number for their race on the way, and he was telling me that, you know, yesterday was definitely a great set of races, and they were looking forward to yet another one right now. And that UTS crew certainly looks like it is one to watch for this particular race.
So it does look like the starters just about got a line. Oops. And they're off. And it's a bit hard to tell with camera angle, so we'll just have to look down on the course. It does look like the Newcastle crew over this side, which is a very strong crew of Chris Yates, Remy Keats, Brad Smith and Jack Hanley. Brad and Jack won their race earlier this morning in a double. So whether they've got the power left, but it does look like they've taken the lead. Out there in the middle, the Newcastle Grammar, who Brad coaches, William Bird, Mitchell Chung and Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown, are pushing hard, but on the other side of them, the Nepean crew is pushing very hard. Daniel Waddell, Angus George, Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell, they look to be pushing out in front of the UTS crew over on the far side, but it is still Newcastle, I think, has the lead, but now we're seeing Nepean push through, and it's going to be a very close one, this one. So I think Nepean has managed to push through Newcastle, who got off, I think, to the strongest start, and Newcastle pushing really hard, and the Newcastle Grammar boys hot on their tail. They're just going to hold off the...
So close, but it looks like it's for Nepean.
It's a photo finish, but I would give that to the Nepean crew just ahead of the Newcastle crew, who were about a canvas ahead of the Newcastle Grammar. Then I think we had UTS, University of New South Wales, St Peters, Cambridge and Newcastle Grammar. So the finish time there, 1:28 with a margin of 0.37 and 0.78, then a 2.9 back to the UTS crew. So that was Nepean, Newcastle and Newcastle Grammar. What a great race. Those times would be unofficial, I would think, so those will need to be confirmed.
So lining up next is race 29, the women's under-17 single scull final. Lane 1 is Leichhardt, Sabrina Koskar. Lane 2 is Uni of Queensland, Olivia Mitchell. Lane 3 is Nepean's Vidi Young. Lane 4 is Corowa's Summers Hogan. Lane 5 is UTS's Charlotte Olivier. Lane 6 UQ's Holly Fleming. Lane 7's UQ's Emerson Martin. Lane 8 UQ's Greta Knott. And Lane 9 Nepean's Jessica Harris.
So this will be a very exciting race as well. The first of the proper finals today. When I say proper finals, so where there's been heats first. I think in this one it was the first 2 of each heat went through to the final, and then the next 3 fastest times, or the 3 fastest times if they hadn't won the heat. So it would be, there's a helicopter just taking off from the helicopter base, so I dare say the starter is waiting for that to clear and get out of the way.
It's so fantastic to have UQ coming down here, and they've definitely contributed and participated and, you know, led many races.
Well, taking away some of our medals, that's not fair.
Oh, that's why they should just stay away, right? We just want to be insular.
We jest. And are underway. So this will probably be a very hard one to call. Can't see anyone who's taken a clear lead as yet. We can see a couple there that are not quite in the mix at this stage, but as we've seen in these 500 metre races, the positioning can change even in the last 100 metres because everyone gives it everything they've got. It's only a 500 metre race after all, and then whether they can sustain that all the way through. So they tend to rate very high, go very fast. Out in the middle there, it does look to be UTS's Charlotte Olivier is sneaking her bow out in front of the others. And across here, the 2 Uni Queensland women, Greta Knott and Emerson Martin. So Greta Knott is pushing her bow in front of the others. And over there in the red boat, we have Holly Fleming from UQ. But we can see UTS's Charlotte Olivier has managed to probably get half a boat length ahead of the others. Vidi Young over there from Nepean also putting in a good row. But Leichhardt, Sabrina Koskar over the far side is Looks like she's going to be in the mix. A bit hard to tell though, because she is probably going neck and neck with Greta Knott over this side, and they're probably not aware of each other being on opposite sides of the
Yeah, it looks like it's Charlotte Olivia UTS and Holly Fleming from UQ.
and the coveted third position. So this is a silver, this is a bronze, these are medal, this is championships, remember? And I think Sabrina Kozkar's just been pipped by Greta Knott from the University of Queensland. A very close race there. So that was Charlotte Olivier in a time of 1 minute 50.74, followed across from UTS, followed across by Holly Fleming from the University of Queensland by a margin of 0.39. 3 seconds back to Greta Knott, who was only 0.31 of a second ahead of Sabrina Kozkar. It was then a second back to Vitty Young, and then very close, Summers Hogan was on her tail, then Emerson Martin, Jessica Harris and Olivia Mitchell. Exciting as we would expect with the final of the women's under 17 single scull. We will have the final for the women's under 16 single scull is the next race. So they're just tapping up to the start at this time. Over on the far side from Newcastle Grammar, we have Elliot Munro. In lane 1, in lane 2 from St Peter's Cambridge, Bella Shuka. In lane 3 from Nepean, Ali Taylor. In lane 4 from Glebe, Isabel Bugg. Lane 5 from Glebe, Ingsie Dive. Lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Stephanie Pettigrew. Lane 7 from Barker College, Lucy Watkins. Lane 8 from Nepean, Sophia Whitelaw. And in lane 9 from MLC School, Sophie Winnell. So they're all just tapping up to the start. Looks like there's a bit of a drift out there on the lake, so makes it tricky to get a straight line, which is in these races is important. It's a very difficult task the starter has, and when we see, as in the previous race, margins of 0.39 and 0.31 of a second, that can be the difference between your starting position. So it looks like the starter's just getting everyone to keep tapping forward to try and get a straight line. So they're past the actual start line at the moment, but the drift, while we can't see much flying with the flags, we can see squalls cutting across the lake from up here, and they are underway.
Yeah, with such a short distance, being off course, not steering straight can really affect that 0.3, 0.5 of a second right at the finish, right?
Oh, absolutely. So I was just saying to Clement a little bit earlier, ideally the centre lanes 4, 5 and 6 would have been the fastest times in the heats. And you'd expect to see them all finish in a bit of a chevron, and we are seeing that at the moment with the 3 girls in the middle of the lake. University of Queensland, Stephanie Pettigrew, Glebe's Ingsie Dive and Izzy Bugg out there in the middle, and they've both cemented their lead on the rest of the field by the look of it at this time. And Stephanie Pettigrew from University of Queensland does look to have a slight margin over Izzy Bugg. And then in between them, we have Ingsie Dive. So Izzy and Isabel are both from Glebe, but I'm not sure if they were intending to have to race so hard against Stephanie Pettigrew all the way from the University of Queensland, who has got herself probably about half a length in front.
They're throwing it down.
More than likely going to be a photo finish, but Ingsie Dive has made a comeback there. So she's going through at second place, and Isabel Bugg through at third by about half a canvas. They were beaten by Stephanie Pettigrew from the University of Queensland by about half a length. The rest of the field was then Sophie Winnell from MLC School. She was 5 seconds back. Then Ellie Taylor from Nepean, Sophie Whitelaw from Nepean, Bella Shuka from St Peter's, Cambridge, and I've run out of information. So very exciting racing, and we love it that we have first and second second and third going to Glebe Rowing Club. And coming down the course now, we have the men's under-17 double scull. We only have 2 boats out there. There were 3 listed in the racing, but it does look to be Leichhardt's Remy Wilson and Peter Simkovich racing against James Baker and Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean, and they are going head-to-head, these 2 crews. I wouldn't dare call one being in front of the other at this stage, although to my tired old eyes I think I can see Nepean slightly edging forwards, although they're starting to get a little bit messy as well, just in terms of I can see a blade over the far side skying, but they're holding their own against the Leichhardt crew of Remy Wilson and Peter Simkovich. Going head-to-head here, but yes, the Nepean crew of James Baker and Ezekiel Pratt are managing to inch themselves ahead of the Leichhardt crew. Can Leichhardt do a final push to get themselves ahead? It's pretty much bow ball to bow ball. There's about a canvas ahead in it now. So Nepean managing to just hold their lead over the Leichhardt boys, and what a fantastic finish that is. So that's Ezekiel Pratt and James Baker from Nepean with a comfortable win. Well, they worked really hard for it over Remy Wilson and Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt. And lining up down at the far end, we have the men's under-16 double scull. So this seems to be a straight final. Over in lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Connor Scott and Aston Myers. In lane 4 from Barker College, Jacob Apps and Finn McKechnie. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, William Spuey and Luca Wilson. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Charlie Martin, Daniel Vesey. In lane 7 from Barker College, Ollie Downing and Hugo Tong. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt, Massimo Fitzsimon and Jeremy Cooper. And once I get going, it's like we don't know what our capacity is, but we're saying that
But you don't have any schools or anything.
we can't take it. No, but we have a lot of school kids coming in. So
You're not that length of distance.
no, we refuse. Well, we just don't have Oh, oops. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, if just having a few issues with my microphone, we'll plug on. Okay, so lining up now, yeah, I can hear loud and clear, myself coming through. Lining up, we have the men's under 16 double scull over in lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Connor Scott and Aston Myers. In lane 4 from Barker College, Jacob Apps and Finn McKechnie. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, William Spuey and Luca Wilson. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Charlie Martin and Daniel Vesey. In lane 7 from Barker College, Ollie Downing and Hugo Tong. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt, Massimo Fitzsimon and Jeremy Cooper. And they are racing, and they've about 100 metres, 200 metres into the race. And it does look to be the Leichhardt crew of Massimo Fitzsimon and Jeremy Cooper on this side, who currently have a bit of a lead. Bit hard to tell if they're ahead of Charlie Martin and Daniel Vesey from Newcastle Grammar at this time. Out in the middle there, William Spuey and Luca Wilson have decided to pour on the power, and they are pushing through. I thought we might have Connor Scott and Aston Myers over the far side there in the mix, but it is the two Leichhardt crews who are really pushing hard, and whether they'll be able to hold that through to the finish of this 500 metres. Connor Scott and Aston Myers over the far side there are in the mix, whether they'll be able to hold their lead over Barker College, and in the middle there, the other Newcastle Grammar crew of Daniel Vesey, but it is the Leichhardt crew out there in the middle of William Spuey and Luca Wilson, who didn't necessarily have the fastest start, but they certainly got up and started motoring, and they're about to power over the line a good length in front of their colleagues Massimo Fitzsimon and Jeremy Cooper, both from Leichhardt, and over the far side Connor Scott and Aston Myers are followed across by Jacob Apps and Finn McKechnie from Barker College, then Newcastle's Charlie Martin and Daniel Vesey, and Barker College's Ollie Downing, Hugo Tong.
And that's the issue with the 500 metres is you can try to go long and strong, but it's so short that there's no time for that.
Well, you want long and strong and power.
That's the balancing act.
And down on the start line, we're back now to another Masters race with a mix of handicaps, but these are A's and C's, so the biggest handicap is only 2 seconds between A and C. Over on the far side from North Shore is an A crew, Alexandra Pinkham in lane 1. In lane 2 from Drummoyne, Jodie Panagopoulos. She's off go, as she's a C. In lane 3 from Abbotsford, Yvonne Konchak. In lane 4 from North Shore, Olivia Tong. In lane 5 from Balmain, Irene Armstrong. In lane 6 from Glebe, Julia Vichkovskaya, who's an A. She's off 2 seconds. In lane 7 from Corowa, Elizabeth Sandow. And in lane 9 from Leichhardt, Vicky Lepresti, who's a B, and she's off 1 second.
And we also have, moving from the race previous, but moving up is Katrina Davis, who's a C in Shoalhaven, rowing in lane 8 to even out the ages. This is going to be an interesting race.
So yeah, sorry about that. Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven is in lane 8. So we have a full house, and they're all just, the starters just trying to get a straight line there.
And a great representation of different clubs, you know, you've got a bit of everything in this one.
Oh, we always do, really. When you go to
now.
Masters competitions, we have everyone. So they are underway. There's a just that 1 and 2 seconds handicap that shouldn't take much to catch up. A second is about a boat length in a single. And it does look to be Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven, the ring-in from the following race, who's in lane 8, has taken a lead, as has Olivia Tong from North Shore across there in lane 4. So those two look to be out in the front at the moment. Bit hard to call it for that coveted third bronze medal position, but I suspect it's between Julia Vichkovskaya from Glebe and Irene Armstrong from Balmain. And across the other side there, I think Jodie Panagopoulos from Drummoyne may have a slight edge over those two. But we can see the leaders are very clear. They've established their lead very strongly. That's Olivia Tong from North Shore out there in lane 4. She has a very healthy lead and is, I think, just managing to put herself in front of Katrina Davis, and she's extending her lead. And then over the far side there, it is Drummoyne's Jodie Panagopoulos. They'll be followed through, I think, by Nikki Lepresti, closest to us from Leichhardt. Will Nikki be able to push through and catch Jodie Panagopoulos? So that was Olivia Tong from North Shore, followed by
Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. And then in third is lane 2's Drummoyne Jodie Panagopoulos.
And followed by Nikki Lepresti. So exciting racing here. Okay, we've just had a request for a heat warning. So drink lots of water, stay out of the sun as much as possible, and reduce your time on the water. But again, the referees have asked that you not congregate underneath the bridge going out onto the race lake, to move out onto the course and line up, find your rest of your race on at the 1250 metre mark, so don't hang back. And we have on the line now the second division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, we have Raylene. So these are D's and E's, mostly D's. There's one E. So Catherine Boland from North Shore, who's out in lane 5, will go off go, and the rest of the field will go off 2 seconds. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Rayleigh Ison. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget. In lane 4 from Glebe, Cecile Fair. In lane 5, Catherine Boland, the E rower. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, Wendy Roncolato. In lane 7 from North Shore, Zita Briones. Lane 8 from Newcastle, Phoebe Sanders. And in lane 9 from Leichhardt, Lisa Molyneux. And it does look like they have a line. So it does, they all look to start together, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. But they haven't been recalled, so perhaps not quite sure why that's happened. But they are racing. And it does look to me to be Zita Briones from North Shore in lane 7, who has pushed through into a bit of a lead, but not discounting Daniela Bourget over the far side, who looks to have edged her bow in front of the two beside her, particularly Cecile Fair over this side of her. And out in the middle, there in lane 5 is Catherine Boland from North Shore. She was off go, so I think we probably missed that. But all the action is over on this side of the field, where we have Zita Briones giving herself a healthy lead over the rest of the field. She's battling it out with Daniela Bourget over on the far side in lane 2, and beside her Cecile Fair has made a great comeback and is pushing hard. I think those three, unless some disaster happens, will be the place getters. And Daniela Bourget has managed to push ahead of the other two, and she's extending her lead now and putting on a very strong finish towards as they come in. She's into the last 500 metres. Cecile Fair looks to be pushing through as well from Glebe. So he has overtaken Zita Briones, who had a bit of a lead in the beginning. And as they come up to the finish line, no, Zita Briones is managing to hold on to her second place. It's Daniela Bourget, crosses the line, a length and a half over Zita Briones. Then then Cecile Fair. She's followed across by Newcastle's Phoebe Sanders, then North Shore's Catherine Boland, then Wendy Roncolato, Leichhardt's Lisa Molyneux, and Rayleigh Eisen over the far side.
So lining up next, we have the Women's Masters Division 3, single scull. Lane 2, we have Leichhardt, M. Barak. We have lane 3, Newcastle Uni of Jules Bosco in E. These are E's and F's. Lane 4 is Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon. She's on the go. Lane 6 is Leichhardt's Carmel Taylor on an E with 3 seconds. Lane 7 is Drummoyne Kathleen Hextel on an E with 3 seconds. Lane 8 is North Shore's Louise McCoach on the go. And lane 9 is Drummoyne's Renata Ichpa on an E with 3 seconds.
So we saw all these ladies race their Masters single scull earlier this morning at the tail end of the Reindeer Regatta, and now they're out here again doing the sprints. And the real racing then was between Renata Ipmer, Kath Hextall, who, as I recall, won, and M. Barrack. My memory is a bit short, so I could have that wrong. And Louise McCoach was rode very strongly as well. So I think we're going to see a very exciting finish. They're now underway. They're all up and running. So there's one sculler who's not in the mix at this stage. She's fallen behind the others. A bit hard to see who's pulled out in front, but it does look to be Tess Fearon from Lake Macquarie over there in lane 4. But closer to us, the 3 scullers are all pretty much together, but I would call Kathleen Hextall is making sure she puts her stamp on it, and she's working hard against Renata Ipmer, who is closest to us in the grandstand. Right beside her, though, is Louise McCoach. And as we've seen with a lot of these sprints, the positions change, even up into the last 150 or 100 metres or so. So for the tactic is, you've really got to do what I was always told to do by the venerable Kenneth Major, was get in front and stay in front. And we're seeing that over there with Tess Fearon from Lake Macquarie. And I think Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne in lane 7 is maybe just got about slightly in front, but no, again, it's changed. Renata Ipmer here in lane 9 is pushing through, and I think she might be able to get through, but will she? Kath Hextall has taken the challenge, and she's just up to her 18. So it's between the 2 Drummoyne ladies, Kath Hextall and Renata Ipmer. Which one will it be? I think I'm going to put my money on Renata Ipmer closer to us, who's managed to get a half a boat length, 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Kath Hextall. And then out over there in the far side is Tess Farron coming through at third position. Louise McCoach in fourth. And out over the far side there, Leichhardt's M. Barrack, followed by Jules Bosco, and then Leichhardt's Carmel Taylor. What an exciting race, as
you
we
made a
expected.
good call on that one. You made a good call. They really pushed at the last 250 there.
Well, again, as you can see, the positions change. It's really interesting. The 500 metres, you go like hell, and then you try to keep going like hell, basically. So, and you can do it for the first 250 or 300 metres, depending on your abilities and whether you can sustain that and then do that push at the end. Very exciting stuff. And now we have the last of the Women's Masters Single Sculls Division 4. So this is the ladies in the more senior age groups. Over in lane 2 from Abbotsford, we have Rosemary Hancock, who's a G, will go off go. Oh, sorry, off 6 seconds. Then Janet Pendleton from North Shore, who's an H, she'll be off go. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine is an F, she's off 11 seconds. In lane 5 from North Shore, Karen Knowles, off 11 seconds, she's an F. In lane 8 from Newcastle, Susan Kemp is off go, and in lane 9, Glebe's own Jenny McEwen is a G, and she's off 6 seconds, and they are all underway. So we can see the H scullers, Susan Kemp in lane 8 and across Janet Pendleton, do have the lead at the moment, but we wait to see whether the Fs and Gs can mow them down. It does look like Janet Pendleton is holding her own at the moment, as is Susan Kemp. Jenny McEwen looks to be gaining on Susan Kemp here in lane 9. But out there in the middle, it's North Shore's, Lake Macquarie. I think we're missing a boat or two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we should have 6 boats and we only have 5, and I think we are missing the North Shore's Karen Knowles. So that's Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie's Colours. I can see coming into view now, is trying hard to catch that H rower who she had to give 11 seconds to, Janet Pendleton from North Shore over in lane 2. Then on this side of the field, the race is on between Newcastle's Susan Kemp, who Jenny McEwen is starting to catch, who she had to give 6 seconds to, and she's gradually overtaking her, but the race is all on the other side of the field there, where Janet Pendleton, the H rower, has managed to hold on to her lead and is being pursued hotly by Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie. Will Jenny McEwen be able to get herself up into the mix? She's making good progress, but out there it is North Shore's Janet Pendleton, managing to stay just ahead of Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine. Louise is putting on the final push. She's gaining on her, but I think, yep, Janet Pendleton has managed to just hold her off Louise Termine. Then it is going to be Abbotsford's Rosemary Hancock. Jenny McEwen putting in a fantastic row there to come in 4th place, and she's followed across by Susan Kemp from Newcastle. And that, I think, concludes this morning's racing. So we will be back at when I find a timetable. Let me So we're now on the lunch break. Stay sun safe and heat safe. That means shade as much as possible. And we will resume racing at 12:52.
Who's got the call?
So, oh, I don't know if it is on. Well, I just got a message. I just got a message too. Okay, I'll do a thing. Testing, testing. No, but usually we can usually hear it through here. That's
I'm going to get you a radio.
yeah, they can hear us. Testing, testing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell now this microphone is properly working. We have race 37, sorry, the women's under 21 pair. They have just started in this wind, so they're going to be blowing down the course in rapid succession. Both crews are from the University of Queensland. Over on the far side, we have Ella Walsh and Willa Dunbar. And in closest to the grandstand, we have Felicity Bishop and Sophie Crane. Dealing with this wind very well, they'll almost be able to surf down the course shortly.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. Catherine here up in the commentary box with Mark Tejan. Yep, the squally winds does look a bit blustery and gusty out there. The crosswinds can make it quite difficult for rowing. Obviously, it's important to understand that crosswinds have the potential to push the boat off course, which is probably front of mind for these rowers in small boats. But all boat classes can row in mild winds up to about 10 miles per hour. But small boats, singles and pairs, doubles, really
Miles per hour, Kath?
miles per hour. What did I say? Oh,
Yeah, no, you said miles per hour. We're a little
That's
bit
it.
past that these days.
Yeah, no, I like to go original.
But a great race happening here. They are pretty much neck and neck, but Felicity Bishop and Sophie Crane, closest to us, have taken a clear lead over their compatriots from the University of Queensland on the far side, Ella Walsh and Willa Dunbar. And they're extending their lead over them. They were about a length ahead as they came through the halfway mark, and now probably edging up to 2 lengths ahead. I don't know what sort of winds they have on the, I assume they row on the Brisbane River, but they've just dropped off their pace a little bit as they know they've got a comfortable win in this first race of the afternoon. The women's under 21 pair, that goes to Felicity Bishop and Sophie Crane, and followed across by Ella Walsh and Willa Dunbar. And I'm going to step back from talking a little bit and let Catherine do it, but I'll chip in as required.
And I'll also extend my apologies for the earlier slip up. There's something up with the mics up here, so that conversation was private. We move now to race 38, the men's under 21 single scull. This is a 500 metre sprint final. It's going to be a nail-biting and exciting race with 4 UTS crews in the lineup. On the fast side, Newcastle Grammar's Mitchell Chung. In lane 2, Nepean, Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. UTS crew in lane 3, Jack Power, coached by Matthias Ungermack. Lane 4, University of Queensland's Patrick Murphy, coached by Michael Russell. We've got UTS in lane 5, 6 and 7. So right in the middle of the course, that's Hunter Hyde, Luca Malotsky and Kaylin Routley. And in lane 8, Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton. And in lane 9, also Newcastle Grammar's Ronan Brown. They look to have pulled out the Newcastle Grammar lane 8 and 9. But you can see the flags there, the Timor, Aboriginal and Australian flags really showing some force off their poles now as the wind's picking up. These rowers are going to have to row carefully to stay within the buoyed lanes of the course as they prepare themselves for the under 21 men's single final.
So Catherine, being under 21 rowers, they will be fairly experienced, but very tricky for the starter to get a nice straight line with this wind trying to blow them down the course, but we'll get a better picture as they come up a bit closer.
While they're preparing, Mark, I'll just let you know that the rowers Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown have pulled out of this race, but the team up there on the hill do want to shout out to those 2 rowers. They came in the doubles at 2:05 in a brand new Felipe, but probably won't make it fast enough to get the win.
Good on them. So
and I was going to say Mitchell Chung in this race and Will Bird, they fell off at the pontoon earlier in the day, but it looks like they're going to stay upright in this race. In lane 1, Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar, being cheered on by all of his teammates.
No, they're still lining up. It's a little bit hard to tell because the light is just making everything a little bit vague on what we're looking at. But I think the starter with this wind is trying to get them all in a straight line before they actually get to the start line. And so apart from a couple of boats on the far side, they look like they have a line. So those of you watching on the screen, we actually have a perfect line with 5 of the boats there, but the other 2 on the far side, whether they'll be able, the starter will be able to hold it. And when we can have a race won by, say, a bow ball, and they're off. So quick start.
Yeah, they certainly want to get out fast at the beginning of these sprint races by getting some really good connection in the water and some really strong, fast strokes. Though I don't know if you'd ever settle into the middle of a sprint race.
The sprints are interesting because what we've been seeing also is the positions some of them have been holding in the first half of the race completely changed by the time they get to the finish line. So the trick is with the sprints is to get in front and then stay in front. And it does look like it's the University of Queensland's Patrick Murphy who won his single this morning as the reindeer, the tail end of the reindeer regatta. And then Hugh Harold over in lane 2 is going really well. And watch Mitchell Chung, the Newcastle Grammar boy. He's pouring the power on. Over this side, we have UTS's Kaylin Routley, and beside him, Luca Malozzi. And it could be Kaylin. I think it's going to be Patrick Murphy. He may be able to hold on to his lead, but the second position is going to be a bit tough to call. I would suggest Kaylin Routley if he can keep the power on. then it could be either Hunter Hyde or, Jack Power or Hugh Harold over in the middle there. But yes, that is Patrick Murphy, followed across by Caelan Routley, then the Jack Power. So those are the three medalists. Then just behind Hugh Harold, further across there, Mitchell Chung, then Luca Milozzi and Hunter Hyde.
Yeah, that was an exciting race, and the Newcastle Grammar kids really want to say thanks to Brad Smith and Jack Handley, the coaches up there at Newcastle Grammar School, who are doing a great job. They'd like to mention that Jack did beat Brad in the single this morning, even with an 8-second handicap, and Brad's really showing his age.
Right, roaring down the course, we have the women's open double scull. So again, this will be very fast. Over in lane 3 from UTS, Megan Chung and Sienna Meaney. In lane 4 from Uni New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Elizabeth Raffin. Lane 5 from St Peters, Cambridge, Sophie Hunter and Abby Wilson. Lane 6 from University of New South Wales, Samantha Beckler, Helen Frith. Lane 7 from St Peters, Cambridge, Taylor Stokes and Shakayla Davison. And in lane 8 from Glebe, Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. And the lead seems to be being tussled out between Megan Chung from and Sienna Meaney over the far side, and out in the middle I think Samantha Beckler and Helen Frith have a slight edge on them. Good on Glebe is coming very strongly closest to us, Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter.
Yes, now Mark.
Sustain it?
They're certainly digging in now. There's a monster push coming from the middle of the course, and we can see that power coming on. Without their shoulders lifting, they look very smooth and even, with the water being quite lumpy down this end of the course. But
oh, sorry. I was just going to say the battle's going to be on for the third position for that bronze medal. It's between the two New Zealand crews and Glebe. And over in the far side, the UTS crew seems to have dropped off. So will Glebe be able to push through? I think they have.
But it's the University of New South Wales in first position, Backler and Frith. And I think lane 8 got that there for second place. That's the Glebes, Bassett and Poulter. I know you can hardly contain your excitement, Mark. That was a really tight field, a fantastic job. None of them let go.
And they were followed through by Taylor Stokes and Shakayla Davidson from St Peters in Cambridge. So very fast racing here with the strong tailwind. The fourth position was Megan Chung and Sienna Meaney from UTS, then St Peters, Cambridge, Sophie Hunter and Abby Wilson, and sixth, Annabelle Singh and Elizabeth Raffin from the University of New South Wales.
And it was a photo finish there for 4th and 5th, so the official results have yet to come out, but that was a fast race at 1:48.87 for the University of New South Wales. But there's no time to lose at all, Mark. We're already at race 40, the men's open pair. It's Newcastle, Remy Keats and Chris Keats in lane 5 with Jason Waddell and Daniel Waddell from Nepean in lane 6. That's right. It's head-to-head, toe-to-toe, just 2 boats in this race.
Well, I think the Newcastle boys, the Keats, have gone just taking a look over to see what's happening on the other side of the lake. They've got a bit of a steering issue. They're still keeping the power on though, so they've changed into not the lane they were in, but the one next door. They were aiming for the next one over as well, but they seem to have managed to get straight, and they are hanging in there. They're keeping up with the Waddell brothers.
They're definitely having a good move forward and trying to stick as close to them as possible. I don't know, do you have a race plan in these short sprint races, Mark?
Just go for it. Try not to overcook yourself in the first half to get through the second half and have a little bit more to push to the line.
Well, it's too close to call at this stage. I don't know. I'll give you a 5 on the Waddells.
I think the Waddells are probably going to take it, but will Newcastle come back? They solved their steering issue. They're looking strong.
I got to tell you, I think they're pushing up. They're certainly bringing that rating and the strike up, and they look quite smooth. They're not splashing as much as those Waddell boys. Here they're coming in for the finish. I've got it on Newcastle.
I win. So the Weddells from Nepean have taken it by about nearly half a boat length over the Keats from Newcastle. So 2 lots of brothers. Our version of the Sinkoviches.
I think that would have been their experience in those last 10 strokes that pushed them forward.
And now we have the men's under 16 and under 17 coxed quad sculls. So whether we get time to go through the roll call, but I'll give it a go. Over in lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Aston Myers, Charlie Martin, Connor Scott, Daniel Vesey, coxed by Claudia Wills. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Peter Simkovich, William Spewy, Luca Wilson, Remy Wilson, coxed by Lily McHugh. In lane 5 from Barker College, Hugo Tong, William Ryan, Jacob Apps, Finn McKechnie, coxed by Ollie Downing. And in lane 7 from St Peter's Cambridge, Jacob Kampenhout, Leo O'Reilly, Angus Denise and Jack Calcinai, coxed by Darcy Granwell. And they are underway.
You did a pretty good job there, Mark. Both of the Hunter Valley crews have scratched for this race. They might have got a head start back to the Hunter Valley.
And the race is on between Leichhardt crew across in lane 4 and the St Peter's Cambridge crew closest to the grandstand. The Newcastle Grammar crew over the far side is battling it for 3rd place with Barker College. So there's a bronze medal up for grabs between those two. But the gold medal is going to be a hard one to call. It's pretty close, but it does look like St Peter's Cambridge is edging away. They're probably, I think, got about a half a boat length over Leichhardt at the moment.
I can really see that St Peter's crew winding it up for a strong finish here. They're making a definitive move, and it is going to see them crossing the finish line first. In lane 7, St Peter's Cambridge, Campenhot, O'Reilly, Denise and Calciani, coxed by Darcy Granmore. Congratulations on the men's under 16-17 coxed quad scull goes to St Peter's Cambridge, followed by a strong finish from Leichhardt, Simkovic, Spooge, Wilson and Wilson, coxed by Lily McHugh. And 3rd place, they're really trying to get up there, lane 5, Barker College, but they were just pipped at the post ever so slightly by Newcastle Grammar's Ashton Myers, Charlie Martin, Connor Scott and Daniel Vesey, coxed by Claudia Wills.
So Catherine, I remain a bit unclear with these races that are mixed together, whether it's 2 races in one or whether it's just the one race. So the 2 winning crews there were both under 17s and the next 2 crews were under 16s.
Wow, that's complex. That is more complex than rigging a boat for the first time, Mark.
So we have a call for a volunteer is required for the safety boat, which operates out in the back lake. If you've got your boat driver's license and you're not doing much, please come to the finish tower and make yourself known. We are short a boat driver for the safety boat out on the back lake, and in this increasing wind it is important, so if people capsize or get into difficulty out there, we need a boat driver for the safety boat. So please make yourself known to Rowing New South Wales staff. And what have we got lining up now? We've got the Para Double Scull. We only have 2 boats out there, Catherine, so my guess is I can see the glebe crew from here with our colours, the white and red, and next to them I think is the University of Queensland's Hayden Nielsen and Mac Russell.
On. This time the microphone wasn't on. I think someone's tricking us by putting the on sticker in the off position and vice versa, Mark. Yeah, so the para-rowing market provides a great opportunity for a wide range of athletes to compete in an inclusive environment. And in Australia, definitely with the 3 classifications of para-rowing, matching very closely to the international classifications, these rowers are PR3 category, and they have started their full field of lanes 4, 5 and 6 with communities Catherine Varkowski and Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig and Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. The University of Queensland are in the middle of the course, and that's Hayden Nielsen, Mac Russell, coached by Mitchell Russell. And on the lane closest to the grandstand, lane 6, is the Glebe crew of Christopher Nietzsche and Para Mutaris.
So as I was expecting, Hayden Nielsen and Mac Russell have taken an early lead, but they've been pushed pretty hard by Catherine Varkowski and Bronte Marshall from Community on the other side. Parry and Chris just not quite in the mix at this stage from Glebe on this side, but they look like they're rowing fairly strongly. But look at the Hayden Nielsen and Mac Russell go.
I think as they extend their lead like that in a race of only 3 competitors, Mark, I think their confidence must just grow and grow. And in that, you would relax quite a bit, I would say. And as you relax, your rhythm would lengthen and the boat just glides more easily in a forward direction toward the finish line. You know, it's those surges in between each stroke that they look like they're getting really nicely here. And they look very relaxed and comfortable. The good ratio in their stroke, nice synchronicity. They're going to win and take out this para double scull with a definitive margin and a clear lead. Congratulations to the University of Queensland's Hayden Nielsen and Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell, and the Community Rowing Club in lane 4 of Catherine Varkowski and Bronte Marshall, and congratulations to Glebe in lane 6, Christopher Nietzsche and Parry Mutaris. Great racing there.
So now down, they're not at the start line yet, but because there's quite a lot of them, we will run through who they are. It's the Division 1 of the Women's Masters Quad. So there are 2 divisions in this. And again, we have mixed age groups. We have in this race 4 D crews who all go off go, and 1 C crew, which is the Glebe crew, who have to wait 2 seconds. Seems like nothing, but it's in a quad, it's probably half to 3/4 of a boat length. So over on the far side from North Shore, we have Zita Briones, Ruth Gibson, Catherine Boland, and Olivia Tong. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Susan Huggett, M. Barrick, Jennifer Zonga, and Daniela Bourget. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Rayleigh Eisen, Misha Duzel, Tess Fearon, and Trudy McDonald. In lane 6 from Glebe, Jenny McEwen, Antonio Ruff, Raquel Bozza, and Mika Zuzak. And in lane 7 from Leichhardt, Nevi Masarek, Chanel Stokes, Lisa Molyneux, and Leslie Howard. And now they have just, they're still tapping up. But the interesting thing with a race like this also, Catherine, is I know most of 3/4 of our Glebe crew are pretty much novices, whereas then you have a highly experienced crew like the Leichhardt crew and the Lake Macquarie crew. So great that we mix it all up and everyone's out there having a go.
Yeah, and I think that they're also going to get a big press on from that North Shore crew known as the Auroras, coached by Guy Morgan. I feel like we're on competing. We're going to be cheering for different lanes up here, Mark, but the Women's Masters Quad Scull is a 500-metre sprint race. You could have a look out in the bow seat of the Leichhardt crew in lane 4, Daniela Bourget, and I would like to say she won Rowing New South Wales Premiership point score last season. And that's a massive undertaking. She's a very respected athlete across the board with a crate full of rowing mugs and beer tankards, but she's the top performing New South Wales athlete on an individual point score at the Barrington Nationals.
Was that Masters or across the board?
Well, it was across the board, her New South Wales
Wow.
Premiership point score. But you know, with her Nationals haul of 2 gold, 3 silver and 3 bronze medals, she was probably the highest scoring medalist at the Nationals as well.
Amazing. A fantastic athlete and also captain of Leichhardt Rowing Club.
Indeed, captain of Leichhardt. So they're looking to find a line now. They are tapping a couple of the rowers up. I think they'll probably have a fast start.
Yep.
And
they're
off they go. So digging in, they're going to really, all of these crews are going to want to win this race. We've got North Shore on the far side in lane 3. Leichhardt's very experienced D of Susan Huggett, M. Barrack, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget. Lake Macquarie right in the middle. So it could be a triangle formation that we get as they come down to the finish line with Rayleigh Ison, Mish Duzel, Tess Fearon and Trudy McDonald.
I think we're going to see a very close race, and we can see it already, the 3 boats on the far side. So the Lake Macquarie crew, and
they're the ones in bright yellow in the middle.
Yeah, so Endeavour over on the far side.
North Shore.
North Shore.
What race are you looking at?
I'm
it's
looking.
race 43.
I'm looking at the wrong race, so we're with you now.
That'll
so North
help.
Shore over the far side and Lake Macquarie are the 2 that are really battling it out. Leichhardt is trying to get themselves into the mix, but they're just about half a length behind at the moment.
I mean, they have had a lot of races today, so just off the lunch break, I know that the North Shore girls were in the breezeway cooling down, but it's brutally hot out there. But I think as now they wind up, they know where they are on the course, they know what they have to do. They will be wanting to pull away here from the Lake Macquarie girls, but every single inch out of every single stroke is going to be the key to the North Shore boat taking this final, and I think they're going to do it over in lane 3, pushing for every inch of water here. It is going to be a photo finish. I can tell it is absolutely down to the wire. I can say for sure that the Leichhardt crew came 3rd, but unofficial results, it's a photo finish between Lake Macquarie and North Shore. It's going to be a nail-biting one as lane 7 crosses the line. Masovic, Stokes, Molyneux and Howitt. Finally, the Glebe crew, McEwen, Ruff, Bozza and Zuzak. Finishing in lane 6. They are absolutely smashed, all of them. The temperatures are soaring. And with that in mind, Rowing New South Wales would like to remind everyone to please carry at least half a litre of water to the start and consume it before racing. Minimise your time on the water. Do not do extended warm-ups.
And moving right on to Division 2 of the Women's Masters Quad Scull. Over on the far side we have Endeavour Rowing Club. They're an E crew, Katrina Whiteley, Margaret Churton, Fawny Laurie and Diana Trescott. They go off 3 seconds in lane 4 from Lake Macquarie. Anne Campbell, Nerida Clinton, Kim Stedman and Louise Termine, they're off go. In lane 5 from North Shore, Catherine Sainty, Wendy Zammett, Karen Sammett and Janet Pendleton. They're a G crew, but it also says they're off go, so not quite sure what's happening there. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, Wendy Roncolato, Jodie Panagopoulos, Rowena Stewart and Marcella Cox. They're off 3 seconds, are an E crew. And in lane 7 from North Shore, Judy Burm, Annalise Appleton, Rhonda Decker and Joe Hodgkinson, and they're also off 3 seconds.
We're still waiting for the official results of race 43. That was a nail-biting finish between Lake Macquarie and North Shore. Everybody, cross your fingers and toes. Hopefully the finish tower will come up with the winners of race 43 any second. I know there's going to be a lot of people hanging on the edge of their seat, Mark. Me especially. And there'll be celebrations in our house tonight, no matter what the result.
So starters just trying to get a line there, and it's interesting, we see a couple of the boats look a little bit broadside to the starting line. So the wind, we can see gusts coming across the water. The wind must be very tricky out there at the moment on the start.
Yeah, with this choppy water, Mark, you really need to just carry your blade just a little bit higher than normal and focusing a lot more on the speed of the catches and a strong finish. So the catch when you place the oar in the water to connect before you bring on the leg drive, but the catches and the finishes are key when the water's choppy like this. It's been much worse here, so I think that it's not the worst it's been, put it that way.
No.
Okay, they've got to start now. The call has gone out and the first crew has gone off go. And the rest of them are now racing as well. Short, sharp, strong strokes to start. The field has already spread out. Let's see if they can...
Well, there's one crew going, heading over to the far side of the course, and they've cut off the other crew over the far side. So that's the Endeavour and Lake Macquarie crews.
They didn't want to do it, and now it looks like there's 4 hands in the air.
So they are holding, I think I can vaguely see they're holding their hands up. So something's happened, whether, I think it's too late to do a recall.
Yeah, they're not happy about what happened just then, and potentially the speedboats are on their way over. They'll get some more information to you. There's no official time on race 43, but it looks like Lake Macquarie has won that race with North Shore gap of 0.04 seconds. So they took a bit of time to deliberate on that, but they have come back with a 0.04 second lead over the North Shore crew in race 43. But turning our attention now back to this race in progress, it looks like the middle crew with the yellow blades, that will be Drummoyne's Wendy Roncolato, Jodie Panagopoulos, Rowena Stewart and Marcella Cox in the Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 2 are going to have a comfortable lead of at least a boat length over the North Shore crew of Sainty, Zammit, Samet and Pendleton. That's lane 6 Drummoyne. It's an E crew. Congratulations as they cross the finish line, followed by North Shore, Sainty, Zammit, Samet and Pendleton, and the North Shore crew then of Bohm, Appleton, Decker and Hodgkinson.
So it does look like there's a problem with the Endeavour crew over the far side there that cut across the course. I'm not quite sure if their boat is sinking or whether they're just they've got a breakage or something is happening. But the lifeguards are with them. They've started to row away, so they're in business. So they'll be able to clear the course now for the Men's Masters Double, which is about to come down. And again, we have 3 grades in this, or 3 categories in this race. Over on the far side in lane 3 is from Mossman is Bruce Begbie and Harry Fine. They're an F crew. They'll start off 8 seconds. Next to them in lane 4 is the North Shore crew of Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder, and they're an H crew. They'll go off go. Then in lane 5, Endeavour's Peter Bauman and Tim Blomfield will go off 11 seconds as an E crew. And closest to us, Ken Major and Mark McEwen are an F crew from Glebe, and they will go off 8 seconds.
And the Lake Macquarie crew did finish race 44, and Campbell, Nerida Clinton, Kim Stedman and Louise Termine. And it looks like the Endeavour crew are just making it up the side of the course now to go round under the bridge to the back pontoons.
So the men's masters double, they're just getting in line up to the start line.
Do you still get nerves up at the start line, Mark, for these sprint regattas when you're doing it yourself?
I try not to. So the first, the first crew is just gone off. That's the North Shore crew of Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder. And all the rest of the crews have now started.
Certainly a bit of muscle in these boats and a lot of experience. These men have been rowing for the best part of many decades. I'm sure if we added it up, we'd be in the few hundred years of rowing experience. But we'll see if all eyes are on the crew out the front at the moment, which would still be Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder, North Shore's crew in lane 4.
I can see our very own Ken Major and Mark McEwen reeling them in. They're just about to overtake them as they come up to the halfway mark of 250 metres. Looking very comfortable. Over on the far side, currently in third position, is Peter Bowman and Tim Blomfield from Endeavour.
That Glebe crew is coming through like an absolute steam train, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I called that wrong. It's Bruce Begbie and Harry Fine from Mossman. The Endeavour crew is in the middle. Yes, well, Ken Major, highly experienced rower. Mark McEwen, I often do, well, I was going to do a double with him this morning. But Kenny has been rowing for about 50 years, never stopped, likes to win, and I think he's going to easily do so this afternoon.
He's certainly opening up the lead there. It's looking very comfortable for the Kenneth Major and Mark McEwen combination, the F, who are off 8 seconds in lane 7. Decisive, emphatic win.
And the battle is on for the, could be for second place. The Endeavour crew is trying hard to catch and overtake North Shore, but not quite. They just got up to within the canvas of them, and they followed across by the Mossman crew. So that was the North Shore crew of Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder, and the bronze medal would go to Peter Bowman and Tim Blomfield.
Maybe Kim Rudder was hoping for a 1,000-metre race then, so that he could have held them off.
Well, in Kim's 1,000-metre race this morning, I think he might have overcooked himself a little bit, and he slowed right. He actually stopped and drifted across the line. So you'll be able to have a chat to him, find out what happened.
I will. I love the idea
because
of an overcooked rudder.
Yeah, he's still out there racing. He's had a couple since then.
So race 46, the women's under 21 quad scull is now lining up just beyond the 500-metre mark. And Newcastle Grammar have saved their crew of Brown, McKenzie, Boyle and Smart. They are not racing in this in lane 4. So it's a race of 3 crews from Corowa, Imogen Tomlinson, Imogen Ragg, Evangeline Broad and Bella Hegney, coached by Wesley Canny and Dermot Baum. And St Peter's Cambridge, our friends from New Zealand in lane 6 of Lucy Crampton, Reagan White, Molly McClintock and Olivia Henry. And in lane 7, as they approach the start line, in a perfect line, I think they're about to start, is Sophia Stevenson, Matilda McConus, Sienna Meany and Charlotte Oliver, coached by Sam Fennessy. And they're sitting still at the catch. Their oars are buried. Slight misalignment. And they're racing now. Strong, even strokes. They usually settle into a more steady rhythm. I don't know, in the sprints, does that actually happen?
You try to keep the rhythm, but you just go hell for leather. Yeah.
Looking around at each other, it's going to be pretty close and hard to call till they get into a bit better sight for us.
So it does look to be the Corowa crew over on the far side, Imogen Tomlinson, Imogen Ragg, Evangeline Broad and Bella Higney. But the St Peter's Cambridge crew are giving them a good run for their money. That's Lucy Crampton, Regan Wright, Molly McClintock and Olivia Henry. Whether the UTS crew can catch up is the question. It's going to be close for the first and second.
It
I
does
think,
seem to be a race between the red Zooties at this stage. Stroke for stroke. They're bow ball to bow ball, each edging forward at a different stroke, but they're very, very close from what I can see, although it looks like maybe St Peter's Cambridge are taking a bit of a lead now.
St Peter's have managed to charge through.
They'll be really happy with that. I'm sure Lucy Crampton, Reagan Wright, Molly McClintock, Olivia Henry will have some stories to tell when they return to New Zealand. But they've had a really happy regatta. I just caught up with a few of them a moment ago. They've been having a fantastic time with lots of funny stories to tell. And this one will go down in the record books at St Peter's, Cambridge, as race 46, the women's under 21 quad scull winners, St Peter's, Cambridge, followed by Corowa and UTS in lane 7. They're congratulating each other. They're happy with that. And thank you for the entertainment, girls. It's nice for us up here in the air-conditioned commentary box, but you're the ones doing the hard work out there.
And underway we have race 47, which is women's open pair. Over in lane, so both two crews, both the University of New South Wales. Over on the far side, Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews, and nearest to the grandstand, Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic. It does look to me that Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews have taken a lead, but we'll get a clearer picture as they get closer.
I mean, it's nice rowing against your fellow teammates in these types of races. I'm sure it's done in the spirit of healthy competition. They train together all the time, I would say, and probably do short course sprints out of the UNSW shed. But it looks to me, Mark, that the crew over on the far side might have...
Oh, more than might have. They've now got probably a 2-length lead. So that's Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews, and they're extending their lead over Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic.
I can see that now. I'm not as confident as you are in calling leads that big, but I can definitely see it now. There are a couple of bow ball, lane rope balls ahead of that crew, and they're going to have an easy and comfortable win. They look like the heat's gotten to them a bit, that second crew. They've slowed their stroke rate. They're still pushing hard and extending their lead in lane 4.
They probably just realised that they haven't won the race, so why kill yourself? There's no one behind them. But roaring down the course now, we have the men's open single, which will come at us very fast. Over on the far side in lane 2, we have Elliot Simpson. In lane 3, William Golding from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 4, Matthew Robertson from UTS. Lane 5, Nick Brown from Drummoyne. Lane 6, Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland. In lane 7, Mac Russell from the University of Queensland, who just won the para double. So he's done a very fast turnaround. And it is Mossman's Elliot Simpson over on the far side who is battling it out with Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland over here in lane 6.
That's going to be an exciting finish, and also for second place between the University of Queensland's Mac Russell and Matthew Robertson.
Yeah. So the Mossman sculler over there, Elliot Simpson, has extended his lead. I don't recall calling his name so much this morning, whereas most of the others have already raced a few times.
He's looking quite fresh there with his legs. They're powering through to the finish line. Elliot Simpson's going to cross in first place in the men's open single scull, followed by Patrick Murphy of the University of Queensland, but they're fighting it out in lane 8 and 4 with some really big acceleration from Mac Russell from the University of Queensland. He's going to take third place, just pipping UTS Matthew Robertson right at the last few strokes. Well done. And Drummoyne's Nicholas Brown comes in for a tidy finish with Newcastle Grammar's William Golding rounding out this race, the men's open single scull. Well done, Mr. Rudder. Well done, Michael.
So down at the start line, we have the women's under 17 double scull. It's a full house, this one. Over on the far side in lane 1, we have Rebecca Beaton and Isabel Ing from MLC School. In lane 2 from UTS, Matilda Marconis and Charlotte Olivier. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew. In lane 4 from Corowa, Phoebe Packer and Summers Hogan. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Holly Fleming and Greta Knott. Lane 6 from St Peter's, Cambridge, Sophie Hunter and Caitlin Silcock. Lane 7 from MLC School, Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell. Lane 8 from Leichhardt, Mia Simkovic and Sabrina Koskar. And in lane 9 from Nepean, Jessica Harris and Vitti Young.
It is a full house here with a couple of crews from the same squads or the same clubs, with MLC School having 2 boats in this race, in this double scull. The University of Queensland also fielding 2 boats. And the others are all singletons out here, UTS, Corowa, St Peter's, Cambridge, Leichhardt and Nepean. Nice. And the BROs are up there at the start line, wrangling the rowers into a good enough line. They'll probably want to get them starting as close to each other as possible.
Definitely, when you know, the races can be won by such narrow margins.
That race 48, the one just before us, Mark, the final official times are in, and Elliot Simpson did that in 1 minute 30 seconds, .70. That's a pretty fast time.
Pretty good tailwind, but yeah, excellent.
That's how I get my Olympic rated times, with good tailwinds.
Okay. So it looks like they're just waiting for a final boat to join the lineup for race 49, women's under 17 double scull. That'd be the boat over in lane 2. Probably because these girls, Matilda Marconis and Charlotte Olivier, it seems I've just calling them in a race not very long ago.
Thanks to all the Rowing New South Wales staff going out onto the presentation pontoon now. They've worked tirelessly the whole weekend and hasn't gone unnoticed.
So they started, that's women's under 17 double scull. It does look like a couple of boats have struggled with the wind and just going slightly off course, but they're coming back into their lanes, which is a good thing.
It does look like it's quite lumpy up that end of the start, and I think some of those scullers had quite a difficult start just then. It didn't have that kind of acceleration and push off that you usually see when you finish a race and say, wow, we had a really good start. I think a few of them would probably say they had a terrible start just then, but they look to have recovered.
So Clementine, excuse me, Hendricks and Sophie Winnell from MLC School seem to have taken an early lead alongside the University of Queensland's Holly Fleming and Greta Knott. Over on the far side, the UTS crew of Matilda Marconis and Charlotte Olivia have put on the afterburners and are winding it up, but out there in the middle, the Corowa crew of Phoebe Packer and Summers Hogan are pretty keen to get into the mix, but they're being pushed very hard by the University of Queensland crew beside them, Olivia Mitchell and Stephanie Pettigrew. But we seem to have pretty clear leaders in Holly Fleming and Greta Knott from the University of Queensland, both of whom we've seen take out a few wins over the last 2 days. They're going to be followed across by the MLC school, Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell.
And then the UTS crew of Matilda McConus, I think they're going to take it third place to Melinda McConus and Charlotte Oliver, with a very tight field in the following places, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. But I'm going to read the lineup now. That's the University of Queensland in first place at 1 minute 41.15. Followed by MLC School, UTS, University of Queensland, Corowa, followed by Leichhardt in 6th place, St Peters in 7th, Nepean in 8th, and MLC in 9th.
You better be quick, because we've got the men's under 21 double scull already halfway down the course. Over on the far side from Barker College, Tenzin O'Gorman, Hugh Lucas. I may not have time to read the names because as under 21s are approaching.
You can do it.
They're approaching very fast, and it's St Peters, Cambridge. I think, no, it should be Newcastle Grammar. The colours are wrong. I may be looking at the wrong race. No.
So we are looking at race 50 now, Mark, and that's St Peters, Cambridge on the far side, and they look to be out in front at the moment. Both of the Newcastle Grammar then with Elliot Munro and
so
Sophie
it's women's
Whalen.
under 16.
They look like women to me.
Yep.
They're rowing super fast, lightning speed. It is going to be the St Peters Cambridge crew in the green boat on the far side that are going to take out this race with a hugely commanding lead of at least 5 boat lengths. That's a guess, but it's going to be the silver place that's going to really test out these crews of Newcastle Grammar, Nepean 2 and the MLC School. Mark, you're going to have to peel your eyes to the finish line now, because it's going to be a photo finish of 3 boats. Well done to St Peters, Cambridge.
I don't think they need a photo. I think it's going to be lane 5, which is PLC, is it?
MLC.
Followed by lane 4, Nepean.
Followed by Newcastle Grammar. You're absolutely right. They did it in the last 3 strokes. That was exciting.
Absolutely.
And the official race results there of race 50 is St Peters, Cambridge, Neve Watkins and Bella Shuka, followed by MLC Schools, Adelaide Abernathy and Jemima Blake. Third, Nepean 2, Elise Currell and Maya Edwards, with some very, very short then splits after for Newcastle Grammar, Barker, Nepean, MLC and both Hunter Valley Grammar Schools in the last 2 positions. And race 51. I can't see any boats on the course, Mark.
No, there is one up there.
Just one boat?
So far. So what is 51?
All right, 50. And I think I know why, and that is because race 51...
Sorry, we can see, and I was watching them before, there was a changeover at the pontoon here, and the other 2 boats have gone up, and there's one coming down. So... just waiting for them to assemble. It's Women's Masters.
That's right. And the reason that we're having this kind of unusual hiatus at the start line is because these crews just raced.
Yeah.
A couple of races ago, it looked like they hot-boated on the pontoon. We've got 3 North Shore crews in this race. It's a big one for North Shore, Mark, race 51.
Well, Masters, a Masters club, they come out in force.
We're tenacious. I mean, all the young ones have peeled off and gone back into air conditioning and, and margarita slushies, I hope.
Hopefully they're loading the boats.
Nothing like a weekend of, 10 races or more to go back to your club to unload all those boats and put them back together for tomorrow morning's session.
So we have all 4 boats now. They just need to get themselves into line.
I think this is going to be a really exciting race, Mark. We've got the North Shore crew. It's an E crew of 7 seconds. That's Jo Hodgkinson, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. In lane 5, a North Shore G crew who are off go. That's Sue Walter, Sue Wannon, Wendy Zammett and Karen Sammett. And a shout out to our friend Julie Wass, who was rowing in that boat and has been training in that boat, and thanks to Karen stepping into the bow seat. In lane 6, the Leichhardt D crew off 9 seconds of Susan Huggett, M. Barrick, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget. They've been doing a lot of racing this Reindeer Regatta and Sprint Championships. And the last North Shore crew is an F crew of 4 seconds of Julie Baum, Sarah Culhane, Annalise Appleton and Rhonda Decker. They're part of a crew at North Shore, an 8 crew called the Black Swans.
Ah.
Yes, and they've been having a bumper season coming.
So most of them rode the Women's Masters quads not very long ago, and we did see them hot boating it and heading back up, and now they can come down as 4s.
So they have to change the riggers for people who might not be as familiar with boats, from a sweep rigger to a from a you go
from a sculling riggers to
sculling.
sweep.
Thank you. I couldn't get my words out. They're on the start line now. I'd say there will be a few nerves in this boat because I think all 4 of them are going to want to win this race. It is.
All 4, all boats always want to win, don't they?
These are particularly competitive. The Women's Masters, coxless 4, they've all got something to prove to each other. They want to win this in a gold medal place. There's no two ways about it. They're going to walk away disappointed if they don't get gold. So as they line up, they're at the 1500 because it's a 500 metre sprint. I hope lane 7.
And they're off. So there's handicaps in this one.
Yep. So G went first. That's the North Shore crew, followed by the F crew. They're all racing now. Let's see if they can pick up those few metres of water from that handicap.
Well, the North Shore crew on this side has decided to come over and say hello to us as they come down. They've just changed lanes. They've straightened up. So that is one stroke by Rhonda Decker.
Yes, they'd probably want to change the narrative on that one, Mark. They tend to start off somewhat misaligned at times, but it could be the boat as well with a rudder that's been playing up a little bit.
They are certainly holding their ground, though. They seem to be gaining on the other North Shore crew out in the middle there. It's going to be North Shore, North Shore, and North Shore. Is it Leichhardt?
It is Leichhardt's Huggett, Barrick, Zonga, and Borgert. They'll be feeling pretty fatigued, I'd say, and it looks like they might not be able to keep the pressure up on the North Shore crews, who are taking off and at least a boat length ahead now. That is the North Shore G crew of Walter, Wannon, Zammit and Sammit, coached by Kim Rudder. They'll be pretty happy with this race, I would say. That G crew in lane 5 pushing forward a little bit now, but they might not be able to match the acceleration that's going to come from Hodgkinson, McCoach, McBride and Blackwell. They are so experienced in that far boat that I don't think they're going to let it slip away for anything. They've got bucket loads of experience in races in all types of conditions, and that boat in lane 4 is going to take the gold medal in the Women's Masters Coxless 4. Congratulations, Hodgkinson, McCoach, McBride and Blackwell, followed by Wannon, Walter, Zammit and Sammit, followed by, well done, the Leichhardt crew of Huggett, Barrick, Zonga and Borgert. And in 4th place for this race, the F crew of Bohm, Culhane, Appleton and Decker.
It'll either be a row over or nothing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got either 3 more races in this regatta. Oh no, we've got many more. Yes, our pages are a little bit mixed up over here. We're looking to see whether race 52 is going to be going ahead or whether it will be a row over. That's the Nepean crew of Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. Maybe you can explain what that is, because even though...
Okay, so a row over is when you have no opponents, but you still row the race. So...
What's the goddamn point in that, please, Mark?
Well, because you then go, it's a championship regatta, you still win gold medal.
Does it
and
contribute to your points
you've
score?
made the effort, you're out there, but the other crew doesn't show, or you, and yeah. It's
So
how
you
you
just
do a
do
row
it,
over.
are you saying you do it for the fun of it?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't, those words don't even go together.
Of course they do. But I don't see what is it going to be? What was it?
Oh, I've got a question, Mark.
Hang on, I don't have a program that's operable, so this is Masters pair. I'm not sure. No, those boats don't look like pairs down there.
So my question is, if you are the subject of a row over race,
yeah,
and you decide not to row, do you still get?
Yeah, you'd be disqualified because you entered.
But you didn't row, so you don't get the.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I could be wrong.
Because I mean, if you didn't have to row.
Yeah, but we love to row.
We may have a slight difference of opinion there. About 3/4 of the way through any race, I wonder if I do have to row, and if I love it, those things come up in equal. Both things are true. Put it that way.
Yeah. So apologies for our confusion up here. I have a program that is incomplete, so I'm not quite sure what's happening race-wise, and I'm looking over Catherine's shoulder to see what her program says.
And I don't know where we are in the program. As I said, these programs are more confusing than rigging a boat for the first time.
I'll be back on there after. Oh, so where's the row over one? Sorry, race 52 we're officially up to. My program restarts again at race 55, so we might get a little more clarity then. But we're not quite sure if race 52 is going to run, since there was only 2 boats in it. It was men's masters pair, and between the Waddell brothers and North Shore, but North Shore has scratched.
I wasn't confused, Mark.
So it does look like they're moving on to probably the race 53, which will be the women's under 21 single scull, although it looks like, the women's open quad scull. So we can see the quads congregating up there. There's no sign of a pair. So it looks like we've just got a little break until the women's open quad, which we expect will be a very fast race. It's due to start at 1:55, so 2 minutes till start.
I know everybody is used to
1:56.
dealing with the harsh Aussie sun and the ensuing conditions and possible side effects of heat stroke, but Rowing New South Wales have asked us in the commentary box to please read some announcements, and maybe 1 or 2 of these things might give you an idea. You might head to the kiosk and get an icy block, but recovery and cooling strategies, hydrating with cold fluids, if you can pop an electrolyte in that, maximise your time in the shade, have a cold shower on exposed skin, maybe just some passive rest, sitting in a shaded area. They'd really like you to work together to stay cool and stay safe throughout the day. And reminder to all rowers, coaches, volunteers and spectators that managing heat stress is a personal responsibility. No one can drink for you, so monitor your own hydration and recovery, and if you're feeling unwell, please go and find the medical assistance which is on site, as Rowing New South Wales continues to monitor the weather conditions and heat alerts using the bomb station at Penrith Lakes. That's the Bureau of Meteorology, have a Penrith Lakes station, remembering that heat measures are in place.
So down on the start line, just lining up, which is the women's open quad over on the far side from the University of New South Wales in lane 4, Samantha Backler, Anna Ristic, Annabelle Singh and Helen Frith. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Nivi Masarek, Carolina Kosier, Carmel Taylor and Leslie Howitt. In lane 6 from Glebe, Cecile Fair, Gemma Bassett, Catherine Poulter and Julia Vichkovskaya. And in lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Sunny Park, Charlotte Stanwicks, Elizabeth Raffin and Lisa Matthews. So they're just now pulling up to the start line to get ready. It should be a fast race.
I'm not sure I understand.
Siri's just having her say, excuse us.
Maybe in a few seasons, or less than a few seasons, they'll have potentially some machine learning or AI giving the calls at these regattas.
It wouldn't, there'd be none of our warm personalities
Exactly, and they wouldn't be able to
so
adapt as quickly as we can to the changing conditions and program issues. And they're lining up now at the 1500 metre mark in the start of race 53, the Women's Open Quad Scull.
So it does look like the wind has swung round now more to a southerly, so it's more of a crosswind than a tailwind, which has actually flattened the water mostly. It's certainly not nearly white caps as it was earlier on, but it does mean that those on the far side of the course are probably going to be a little bit favoured in terms of calmer water than those closest to the grandstand.
They look to have a good line that is about to start this race. There are lots of familiar boats in this race, and names on the boats always intrigue me, wondering about, you know, what that person did to get a boat named after them.
Sometimes may not be a good idea to ask, but they've got a good line there, just about to start.
And they're waiting for the starter's call. Racing now. 5 short strokes to start to get the boat speed up and get some good run in those bubbles that I've sometimes heard.
So, a couple of issues there. Just steering, it's obvious the wind is throwing them off would be my guess. It is the University of New South Wales over on the far side. Something happened to them. They stopped and started again, so they're now not in contention. The other 3 crews, unless they're young, they could make a good comeback. The other 3 crews going very strongly, and good to see Glebe right out in front there as they come through the halfway mark. Over on the other side of them, the Leichhardt crew is pushing hard, but Glebe looking very nice coming through. That's,
they've really found an extra gear in their toolbox just there, Mark. I think they're really putting on the pressure now as they're throwing everything into this race.
I would just call it natural Glebe style, but you know. They are being pushed on either side, though, on the far side by the Leichhardt crew, on the near side by the University of New South Wales. But look at the University of New South Wales crew on the other side.
I don't think
making
they
a
care.
comeback. They won't make it, but what a comeback.
Well, good on Cecile Fair, Gemma Bassett, Catherine Poulter and Julia Vichkovskaya. They're showing some real class out there, pushing way ahead of the other 3 boats in this race. It's going to be a decisive and clear win to Glebe. They should be very proud of that race. It was a tight field to start, but it ended up being a comfortable win for the Glebe crew in the Women's Open Quad Scull.
What a fantastic comeback by that University of New South Wales crew over on the far side that have now taken 2nd place. They basically stopped and restarted, so that's a fantastic result.
Unbelievable. I wonder if Leichhardt might have thought they had it in the bag, and they just took the pressure off potentially in the last 100 metres or so, and that crew from the University of New South Wales fought tooth and nail to come back and take 3rd position. Congratulations to Samantha Backler, Anna Ristic, Annabelle Singh and Helen Frith.
So now we have probably the big race of the day for the women, the women's under 21 single scull. Over on the far side from Corowa, we have Evangeline Broad in lane 1. In lane 2 from Corowa, Bella Higney. In lane 3 from Corowa, Imogen Tomlinson. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas. In lane 6 from Glebe, Lucy Yabsley. Lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Roxana Brown. Lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith, and in lane 9, Lily Gunderson from St Peter's, Cambridge.
And it looks like they've started. The conditions look hard, but it could be a tight race here. The crews might be sensing that this one's going to have an exciting finish in store, Mark. They're going to be wanting to keep that edge lead that they've got in those front boats because there'll be some challenges in this race.
And we can just see the gusts of wind coming across the course as well. So that will potentially throw some of them. The girls over on the far side, the Corowa girls, all in the favoured lanes where it's a lot more sheltered, have all dropped back. But look at Lucy Yabsley and Astrid Thomas go for it. They're battling it out. I think Astrid Thomas has got a bit of a lead there. And then the other side of her is Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. So those look to be the first three at the moment.
It looks like Astrid is definitely easing away now. She's looking solid and she seems to be getting a fairly good lead here.
But look at that, one of the Corowa girls over there, Bella Higney, who's also been doing very well in this and yesterday's regatta, is powering through, as is the Newcastle Grammar's Roxanna Brown on this side, and also University of New South Wales Helen Frith really pushing, but they're not going to catch the leaders. What a great lead there by Astrid Thomas, followed strongly by Lucy Yabsley, and then Annabelle McKenzie on the other side. So those will be the three medal winners.
They've definitely got that anaerobic capability. They really kept pace there. She kept a power on the whole race. She should be very proud of that win. In lane 5, the University of Queensland's Astrid Thomas, followed by Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. And in lane 4, congratulations to Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar.
And that was in time of 1:41.25 with a margin of 3.43 back to Lucy, then 5.39 back to Annabelle McKenzie, who was 4.7 ahead of the third place getters. And roaring down the course now, we have the men's under 21 double scull. So on the far side, Barker College, Tenzin O'Gorman, Hugh Lucas. I don't think I'm going to have time to get through the names. Luke Leichhardt in lane 2, Carter Clifton, Dylan Lee, Newcastle Grammar lane 3, William Bird, Mitchell Chung, lane 4, Uni Queensland, William Hall and Ishan, lane 5, UTS, Kaylin Routley, Jack Power, lane 6, Zinc Bosco, Luca Milozzi, lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, Lucas and Ronan Brown, lane 8, St Peter's Cambridge, Sahayasa and Jacob, and lane 9, Newcastle Grammar, Logan Harmon and Edward Barker. And the sorry, I was just going to keep the flow. The UTS boys are taking a strong lead, being pushed very hard by Newcastle Grammar on either side of them. So it's Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown on this side, Newcastle Grammar, and over the other side, Newcastle Grammar's William Bird and Mitchell Chung. But UTS's Kaylin Routley, unsurprisingly, and Jack Power have a pretty good race happening here with Zinc Bosco and Luke Mazzoli.
Absolutely neck and neck.
Milozzi,
it's going to be a photo finish.
I think Zinc and Luke have taken it by about a metre, and they're followed across by Lucas Brown and Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. Fourth place, Zinc Bosco and William Hall and Ishan Karyappa Balachandra.
Well said there, Mark. You called that race beautifully, but I'll dispute that it was as big a distance between first and second. That was a 0.42 distance there between first and second. It was ding-ding on the buzzers with Zinc Bosco and Luca Milozzi taking out the first position in that men's under 21 double scull in a time of 1 minute 27.96, followed by UTS, Kaylin Routley and Jack Power, 0.42 behind them, and 2.23 behind that, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown from Newcastle Grammar.
Now, I'm not quite sure what's happening in the next race, which is the men's open coxless 4, but it shows in the UTS crew, so there are only 2 boats. It shows in the UTS crew Zink Bosco and Luca Malozzi, who are just down there in the
guarantee
double.
that's not the case.
So there must be some subs in, but I'm sure UTS has put together a good crew to race against the University of New South Wales, Edwin Fang, Justin Nelson, Anthony Ball and Fraser Wilson. They're over on the far side. UTS is closest to us, which is Marcus Blank, an unknown, someone subbing for Zink Bosco, Peter Waldersea, who's often up here commentating, and someone subbing for Luca Malozzi.
Well, whatever you're going to say, Mark, they're definitely a different crew in that boat to what is written on our program.
That's fine. It's open, so you can't get any advantage by being anything other than open.
I think UTS are going to have this race. It looks like they have a lead over the University of New South Wales crew.
So Peter Waldersea, who, as I say, is often up here in the commentator box, asked me to give him a bit of a plug. So go for it, Peter. You're looking good out there in the UTS crew. It looks like he is stroking. But they're opening up their lead over the University of New South Wales very nicely. It's going to be a very fast race with that wind.
Smooth, relaxed, focused. Their heads are in the boat. They're going to be very pleased with that result. As well they should. Their ergs are paying off. The boys in the boat from UTS cross the finish line.
In 1:27.96, that's pretty fast.
I think we haven't got an official time on that one just yet.
Oh.
Mark?
No, I'm looking at the wrong screen once again. Apologies.
No, we're tighter than the tinsel on a Christmas tree with our commentary up here.
Tighter than tinsel on a Christmas tree. That's good. Well, yesterday it would have been even a bit more appropriate for
It was intended for the reindeer regatta.
Okay, now we have a real field full of names here. So this is the A final for the women's under 21 coxed fours and women's under 16 and 17 coxed quad, but the under 21 coxed four is, we're told, rowing as a quad because the wrong riggers were packed. We all know how that can happen. So it looks like they're all coxed quads. Over on the far side is the St Peter's under 21 crew of Lucy Crampton, Zara O'Leary, Zoe Phillips, Abby Wilson, coxed by Darcy Granwell. In lane 4 from the MLC School is an under 16, 17 coxed quad. Rebecca Beaton, Isabel Ing, Clementine Hendricks, Sophie Winnell, coxed by Alana Ing. In lane 5 from St Peter's, Cambridge, Lily Ward, Nola Kerry, Taylor Stokes, Shakayla Davison, coxed by Toby Miller. In lane 6 from Nepean, Sophia Whitelaw, Jade Sharp, Jessica Harris, Fetty Young, coxed by Elise Currell. In lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Amelia Moore, Emerson Martin, Olivia Mitchell, Stephanie Pettigrew, coxed by Harriet O'Dwyer. In lane 8 from Barker College, Lucy Watkins, Ivy Kim, Taylor Grayson, Meg Anderson, coxed by Ollie Downing. And in lane 9 from Corowa, Indy Hogan, Imogen Ragg, Phoebe Packer, Summers Hogan, coxed by Edie Tomlinson. And those are all under 17 crews except for the crew on the far side in lane 1 from St Peter's, which was to be an under 21 coxed 4, and instead they're rowing as a coxed quad, as you do.
Well, they had a bit of a false start there. They didn't, in fact, start. They were all lined up on the 1500 for that 500-metre dash, and the caller must have required them all to back their boats. The whole field of rowers in this race, which is all 9 minus lane 3, all backing their boats away from the finish line. But it looks like they're starting up again. It will be a fast start, I think.
Oh, definitely in this wind. As soon as he's got anything, looks like a line.
It doesn't look like a line from where I'm seeing, but
it's as close as you'll get in this conditions.
I mean, it could make a big difference to what happens down this end of the course. But I think they will be starting. They're up at the catch, and off they go. 5 deep, quick, stroke to start, get some speed on these boats, get down the course in the fastest time possible.
So we would expect the under-21s over the far side to lead over the rest of the field, which are all under-17s, but it will be very interesting to see. It looks like the MLC schools, Rebecca Beaton, Isabel Ing, Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell, have got themselves out in front, but I'm probably jumping the gun there because there's a couple of other crews there with them. The University of Queensland crew in lane 7, the Corowa crew closest to the grandstand, and the St. Peter's Cambridge crew out there in the bright red. So the under-21 have been probably beaten by the under-17s.
I think that Corowa crew closer to the grandstand and the University of Queensland, they're the ones who are really setting the tempo in this race.
Oh, don't discount the MLC school out there in lane, just on the far side of the immediate group.
They'd be all listening to their coxers who would be very much steering this down the course. They don't have to worry about steering in this race, but you're right, it does look like the MLC school are pushing through now, and it's going to be a race between MLC and the University of Queensland in lane 7. I think that the MLC school have beaten Ning, Hendricks and Winnell, coached by Ning.
Oh, a big surge from the University of Queensland at the finish line. That's down to a photo.
Oh, there's 4. Now look at that. Take a photo, Mark. There are 4 photo finishes.
So, you know, as I've been saying, with these sprints, you just never know what's going to happen.
I'm going to take a photo of that. Photo, 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 photo. We have not got.
So very exciting racing there, as the Sprint Championships should be.
That is nail biting. Have you ever seen a first 4 position photo finish, Mark? We are going to bring you those results as soon as possible, where it's the MLC school, the University of Queensland, Corowa and St. Peter's Cambridge in a photo finish for 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. One boat's going to miss out.
Underway now, we have the men's under-17 single scull final. It's a relatively full house over the far side from Leo O'Reilly from St. Peter's Cambridge. In lane 3, Aidan Hall from Nepean. Lane 4, Oliver Taylor from UTS. Lane 5, Peter Simkovic from Leichhardt. Lane 6, Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean. Lane 7, Remy Wilson from Leichhardt. And in lane 8, Jacob Cobley from Endeavour. And they're just rowing through a real wind gust we can see on the water there. Jacob Cobley from Endeavour's just struggled with it, but he's managed to get his oar back. It does seem to be Ezekiel Pratt, unsurprisingly, has a lead. He's got Leichhardt's Peter Simkovic on his shoulder, and on the other side he's got Leichhardt's Remy Wilson. There's the UTS rower, Oliver Taylor, is just a little bit further back. I think we have the 3 leaders of the pack, but as we've just seen, they can all change positions as they come to hit the line. So, as I've been saying all afternoon with the sprints, the trick is you've got to get in front and then stay in front, because they keep coming at you. Just as Leo O'Reilly over the far side there from St. Peter's is pushing through. But it is going to be Ezekiel Pratt, and then the 2 Leichhardt rowers are battling it out. Remy Wilson could do a bit of a push to nudge his clubmate over there, Peter Simkovic, but not quite.
So close, Remy. Well done. And we have the Nepean, St. Peter's and UTS crews crossing in a very close sequence to one another. And thank you to Jacob Cobley of Endeavour, crossing the finish line now. Well raced, Jacob. You kept the power on, you kept believing, and you made it to the finish. Santa's in the safety boat, look, behind.
And Santa gets about, you know. And so that was a winning time of 1 minute 44.47.
And we are delighted to advise you of the A final results. That was that photo finish in race 57. Congratulations goes to the University of Queensland in a finish time of 1 minute 42.91 with a .05. Behind was the MLC School in silver. And congratulations to Corowa, that stroke by Indy Hogan, 1.18 seconds behind. What a fantastic race. St Peters came in 4th position there with Lily Wall. Should be very proud of that race, followed by Nepean, St Peters, Barker and Hunter Valley Grammar, but it was the University of Queensland in that nail-biting finish.
So the next race is roaring down the course. It's the men's under 16 single scull. Over on the far side from Leichhardt, we have Massimo Fitzsimon in lane 3 and William Spury in lane 4. Then lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Theodore Spack. Lane 6 from University of Queensland, Hayden Nielsen. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, Luca Wilson. Lane 8 from Nepean, James Baker. And lane 9 from Leichhardt, Jeremy Cooper. And as they come down the course, we can look out there and see that it's Luca Wilson seems to have got himself in the lead. He's been closely followed by James Baker from Nepean. Very hard to call second place at the moment, but I would put it at William Spury from Leichhardt over on the far side. But as we've seen, as they get closer to the line, these positions can change. And look at James Baker from Nepean going for it. He really wants a medal. It's not going to be a gold, but it's going to be close if he can do it.
And this is where it all matters, Mark. They're coming into the sprint now, and they look like they're really enjoying this. It's the rhythm and the power that are coming together. I think it might be a fairly emphatic victory if we can keep the power on here for James Baker from Nepean.
But it's the Uni Queensland's Hayden Nielsen is really pushing through as well. Whether the James Baker from Nepean can catch him, it could be a surge. It's going to be a very close. Oh, and look at the Leichhardt's Jeremy Cooper coming through, but it was the Nepean's James Baker who managed to secure 3rd place in that race. So that was Luca Wilson in a time of 1 minute 43, then William Spury from Leichhardt and James Baker from Nepean.
And it's a photo finish for 4th place. I love that. Hayden Nielsen and Jeremy Cooper in a photo finish for 4th place. But congratulations to Luca Wilson in the men's under 16 single scull final. It was a fantastic time of 1:43.40.
So championship regatta, it's the medal places that count. So while it's all very nice to know there's a photo for 4th and 5th, there's no medal, unfortunately.
No, I'm in the underdogs on this one. I think a photo finish for 4th and 5th really shows that they kept the power on. They
absolutely.
kept the belief up, they put pressure on, and they...
And it was very close, that one, because the James Baker from Nepean was behind, I would suggest, in the first 500 and really made it up, probably only in the last 200 metres. Did a big surge to get across the line. That was a fantastic bit of racing.
It was very exciting to watch. But
So
I'm going to get that result of the 4th, 5th still, Mark.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can't
absolutely.
Stop, you can't stop me.
No,
I'm going
no,
to give them a
no.
medal of my own.
Yeah, very close.
We're getting
Absolutely.
ready now for race 60, and this is a race that I have special interest in lane 2, the North Shore's Alex Pinkham. And congratulations to Alex. She's just been awarded her PhD in Classics, Latin. She's one smart cookie and a very nice person who's also an excellent rower in a boat with Louise McCoach from North Shore.
So I think what we need to just say is it is a Masters double. So you just started to talk about it.
Oh, did I? Masters double. I was just so excited.
She's so excited. So it's a Masters double and it'll be handicapped as well.
Well, we'll get to that
Continue
in a minute.
on.
In lane 3, Communities, Constant Hewlin and Robin Smith. Stop holding me up on the details, Mark. Drummoyne in lane 4's Josie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. In lane 5 is Leichhardt's Chanel Stokes and Lisa Molyneux, coached by David Ross. In lane 6, we're going to have the glebe crew of Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. And that's an A. They're an A grade. And
who just won that quad that went down.
Yep. they're hardworking girls. A, gosh, it's competitive, right? In University of New South Wales, also an A is Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews. And there's a North Shore E crew in this race in lane 8. They'll be off go, and that's the combination of Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland, coached by Guy Morgan.
So this race is not due to start yet for another 5 minutes. I think they're starting early if all the rowers are there, but given, I dare say, we've got a couple of crews who flat out trying to make it to the start, so they may well wait for the start line. But when it's a little bit windy like this and it's hard to get a line, if they're all there and ready to go, they usually start them.
Well, that wouldn't be unwelcome.
No.
But while I've got a moment, I have been asked to talk about a new partnership that Rowing New South Wales have entered into with a group called Web Urban. And Web Urban are going to serve as the official IT support partner of Rowing New South Wales. Their leadership team agreed to come onto the board based on their passion for the sport as members of North Shore Rowing Club. Oh, I didn't know that. By sharing their skills and capabilities to develop an Australian-made, sustainable, integrated experience. This is an exciting collab, marking the beginning of a significant digital transformation for Rowing New South Wales. And they really look forward to working together. So Web Urban, thank you for ensuring that Rowing New South Wales remains innovative and future-focused. And we can stay tuned for updates on that.
Exciting stuff.
Blow our mobile phones out of our hands with the comms
Is it
coming
mobile
out.
phones?
Well,
or
I
is
think
it
it's
just general
all types
IT
of
support?
IT support, yeah. Nice partnership.
But mentioning that, huge kudos to John, who sits upstairs and makes all the video and IT stuff work here. It's
Mostly
just so
work. They
fantastic.
didn't make our microphones work earlier today.
Yeah, I think we blame the installation rather than John. John's the fixer.
Well, he did text you, to be fair.
Yeah, so we do have this race looks it's about to start, and I can see 6 boats out there. There should be 7, so we're not quite sure which one is missing at this stage.
So now I can say with confidence we're coming into the last few races of this regatta. We have race 60, which we're about to call. This is Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. That will be followed by race 61, which is the Division 2 of the same race. The Women's Open Single Scull will follow that as race 62. And the final race of this Sprint Championships will be race 63, the Men's Open Double Scull. So as the boats now come in for race 60, Division 1, they are at the start line. They look to be listening to the starter's call. They're all at the catch.
And it looks like we're missing the North Shore crew of Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland, who would be in lane 8.
And it's underway now. It's a handicapped race, so they'll be going off 2 seconds. That's the Leichhardt Des Moines crew, followed by North Shore, Community, Glebe, and the University of New South Wales. They're striding away early in this sprint race. Got a nice rhythm, that University of New South Wales crew.
It does look like Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox who've established a lead, but they could be chased down by the younger crews who went off 6 seconds. They were off 2 seconds. And closer to us, the Glebe crew, Glebe ladies, looking very good as they did how many races ago? About 2 or 3 races ago.
Unbelievable.
So that's Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. Looking very strong. Beside them, the University of New South Wales, Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews. But out in the middle of the race now come through is Communities, Constant Hewlin and Robin Smith have pushed through to take the lead. They're an A crew, so they started off 6 seconds, but they've managed to catch up and pass the other crews.
This is going to be very exciting as that community group and the Leichhardt crew start to lift and push toward the last 100 metres of this race.
Well, I was just going to say, look at the University of New South Wales crew on this side, pushing hard too.
We're both standing up here in the commentary box. It's pretty exciting. I think Constance Hewlin and Robin Smith may have this race, but anything can happen in the closing stages of this race as University of New South Wales puts the pressure on the legs. They're pushing really hard and swinging back hard. They might even jump ahead of the Leichhardt crew and the Glebe crew, Gemma Bassett. Oh, so close. But I do think the community got it.
Oh yeah, no, community got it, and University of New South Wales came from behind and made a fantastic push through to the finish. I think the Drummoyne ladies over there, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox, probably ran out of puff. They were going very strongly, but they've done a few races today. As Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter, they were going very strong, but just didn't quite have it to hold off that charging University of New South Wales crew. Community of Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews, communities Constance Hewlin and Robin Smith managed to hold on to their lead. Very exciting racing here, Catherine.
And it was great racing as well from the North Shore crew of Alex Pinkham and Louise McCoach. That was their first double scull race together, and they did really, really well to be in the C category. It's a very competitive field out here.
Well, they've been in quite a few other races today and yesterday.
As the Women's Masters Double Scull Division 2 starts to compose themselves and line up at the start line. In Division 2, on the far side of the field, is the Endeavour 1F crew of Katrina Whiteley and Diana Trescott, coached by Susan Philpott and Peter Bond. In Lane 3, the Newcastle crew of Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders. Lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Anne Campbell and Nerida Clinton. That's a G crew. They'll be going off-go. Handicapped at 7 seconds is the Abbotsford crew of Rosemary Hancock and Yvonne Consek, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones. The Endeavour 2E crew of Margaret Churton and Mifwanwi Laurie, coached by Peter Bond and Susan Philpott. And the North Shore crew in Lane 7 of Sarah Culhane and Vicky Grundy are off 4 seconds, with Tess Fearon and Mish Duzel of Lake Macquarie in Lane 8, closest to the grandstand. I think it's going to be a really competitive race, this one, with G, E and F crews in the Women's Masters Double Scull Division 2. Do you know anyone in this race?
It's going to be very exciting, yeah. Well, we've seen, with this Tess Fearon and Michelle Rose Duzel have won a few races in the last, I think today.
I think Mish might be feeling a little bit under the weather at the moment. She's brought the end of a flu with her, which I think's making it. Can you imagine, like rowing? Do you remember those? Getting back in the boat after COVID and your chest was like it burns, right? It's hard to row when you're coming off the back of an illness. So good on her for coming down here and representing Lake Macquarie in this regatta.
Yeah, well, we wait and see. It's going to be a very exciting race. I don't actually know many of these ladies apart from reading the names out regularly and seeing those who obviously win. So it does look like the starters just about got a line. So we have Anne Campbell and Nerida Clinton over in Lane 4 who will go off go. There's 3 crews going off 4 seconds, are the F crews, and 3 crews going off 7 seconds, are the E crew. And they're off. So the go crew has just gone. The 4 second crews are underway, and the 7 seconds crews are all underway. So
it's nail biting when you've got to wait for the counter and you just want to get started. Your legs are prickling with anticipation to press on that foot plate and get that first stroke underway. I don't know whether it's better to go off go and just get it done, feel like you're out in front.
So Lake Macquarie's Nerida Anne Campbell and Nerida Clinton at this stage are holding the advantage they had, but look over this side, Lake Macquarie's Tess Farron and Michelle Duzell, they're in the lane closest to the grandstand, and they've already taken their compatriots who went off go, Anne Campbell and Nerida Clinton. They started off 7 seconds, so there's no holding them back. Even if Mish wasn't feeling particularly well, she's certainly in full form this afternoon, as once again she races towards the finish line. Over on the far side there, in the red boat, Katrina Whiteley and Diana Trescott are battling it out with Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders from Newcastle. A little bit further back to the Abbotsford's Rosemary Hancock and Yvonne Konchak. But it's going to be Lake Macquarie in this race, I think. The real battle is going to be on for third place, but I think at the moment it's looking like it's going to be Newcastle's Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders. So I think we're seeing Tess Farron and Mish Duzell have now overtaken well and clearly the G crew from Lake Macquarie of Anne Campbell and Nerida Clinton. And they're coming through to a very strong finish. Newcastle Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders, I think we can comfortably say, are going to take the bronze medal in this race. So very nice finish there. Lake Macquarie 1 and 2, Tess Farron, Mish Dizelle and Anne Campbell, Nerida Clinton. They followed through by Newcastle Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders. And
congratulations to Vicky and Sarah, who have just crossed the finish line for North Shore. Well done.
So they were followed across by Abbotsford, then Endeavour, both Endeavour crews, and then rounded out by the North Shore crew.
Yeah, Mish and Tess did a great job in lane 8 for Lake Macquarie. They looked very comfortable, smooth and strong with long striding strokes. They knew they had it in the bag. Tess and Mish did a great job there for Lake Macquarie in lane 8.
So very exciting. The second last race of the day is the Women's Open Single Scull. This will be a very fast and very competitive race. Over in lane, it's a full house. In lane 1 from the University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas. In lane 2 from Glebe, Isabel Bugg. In lane 3 from Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis. In lane 4 from UTS, Megan Chung. Lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler. Lane 6 from St Peter's, Cambridge, Regan Wright. Lane 7 from North Shore, Olivia Tong. Lane 8 from UTS, Sienna Meany. And in lane 9 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti. So we also have a little bit of range of ages, but this is open class. So we expect it to be very fast.
I'm so excited for this race, honestly, Mark, with some of the lineups here who have been, as you said, a big age range, but they're going to be very competitive with their own secret desires to get out on top as race 62 is about to get underway.
It's underway.
It is.
Secret desires sounds a lot of fun. I think we might be missing a rower. There's 2, 4, 6, 8 out there. We should have 9. It does seem to be one of the rowers on this side of the course. I think we're missing Olivia Tong from North Shore. As they're coming up closer, over on the far side there, in the favoured water where the impact of the wind is not so high, is Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. Has a fairly good lead. Out in the middle, the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler is battling it out over this side with UTS's Sienna Meany and Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti. But a very clear lead there now by Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. Isabel Bugg is doing what she did a bit earlier on. She's making a big come through. She's pushing hard. Is she going to catch that boat beside her, which is Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven? Then out in the middle, University of New South Wales is Samantha Backler. I think the ladies over this side of the course are now not in the winning mix. But it is Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. Over on the far side Then it is Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. Will she be able to hold off the hard charging Samantha Backler from the University of New South Wales, who's making a big push, and she may surge over the line? We're going to get another photo finish, but I would actually give it to Samantha Backler. Fourth across the line was Isabel Bugg from Glebe, and the rest of it I'll have to look at the listings to see who it was, but that was a very close race once again, and we get the hard charges coming from behind, just on the line and pushing across.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, Mark was super excited in that race. It was nail-biting from up
Well,
here.
Isabel Bugg from Glebe we wanted to see, but we can't take time for breath because roaring down the course, final race of the day, the men's open double scull. It's going to be very fast. The UTS's Mitchell Kaponis and Jack Henderson over the far side. Ethan Harrison, Angus Denise from St Peter's, Cambridge, Cameron Moores, Jackson Ramsden from St Peter's, Cambridge in lane 3. Uni New South Wales, Fraser Wilson, Anthony Ball, lane 4. UTS, Marcus Black, Peter Waldersee, lane 5. Newcastle, Jack Hanley, Remy Keats, lane 6. St Peter's, Carter Taylor, Jack Kelsenson A, lane 7. Nepean, Hugh Harrell, Jason Waddell, lane 8. UTS, Matthew Robertson, Hunter Hyde in lane 9. And out in the middle there, it is the Newcastle's Jack Hanley and Remy Keats over the far side there. Mitchell Kaponis and Jack Henderson really going for it. And look at the St Peter's boys fighting it out with the Nepean boys here in the middle, but it is going to be Newcastle and the 2 UTS crews, unless we get another one of those great surges up to the finish line. But these boys are really going for it, as we'd expect, with an open double, and it is the Newcastle's Jack Hanley and Remy Keats, UTS Mitchell Kaponis and Jack Hanley, and at the line once again the Nepean boys, Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell, I think just managed to pip Marcus Black and Peter Waldersee. We've seen this happen so many times in today's racing, and we get another photo finish while we wait to see who won the coveted bronze medal.
Very well done, Mark, to you for doing such a brilliant call. I was standing back listening to the master at work then. I dared not interrupt the calling of that race. It was absolutely brilliant and nail-biting. I'm going to wrap it up, ladies and gents, with a set of lost keys. It looks like a hire car, so pay attention. If you have a hire car from the SIXT company with the orange rent-a-car tag, and it is a high ace in French vanilla, number plates DL39ZV. It's a diesel vehicle.
French vanilla sounds lovely.
French vanilla, nice. It's a high ace. You better come to the commentary box pronto to pick up these keys from the Sixt Rent-A-Car Company. Check your pockets, check your bag, check your undies, because I am holding your keys. Yeah,
but you'll leave it down at the numbers. We'll have it downstairs for people to collect, because we're going to shut up shop very shortly.
That's an excellent idea, Mark.
And speaking of such, please make sure you pick up all the numbers and get them back as soon as possible. Our wonderful fairies down in the numbers distribution are always tearing their hair out waiting for you to return the numbers. So please, everybody that's out there in the trailer park, go round, pick up the numbers, return them. Do we have the results of that photo finish? Not yet. So it's between, we're still waiting on photo finish in that last race, but the Jack Hanley and Remy Keats won that in 1 minute 25.
That must have been the fastest time of the sprints this
possibly,
afternoon. I think so.
A margin of 3.91 back to Mitchell Kaponis and Jack Henderson, and we're waiting to see if Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell, who I reckon just pipped Marcus Black and Peter Waldersee, but we have to wait for the outcome of the photo finish.
Is Peter going to cry into his hanky when you see him this afternoon?
No, he's made of tough stuff.
I wonder, the poor person who hired a high ace in French vanilla, when they get off the island over to the car park and they realise that they haven't got their keys, Mark, Where will they find them?
Here in the finish tower somewhere.
Right
Yeah,
down
yeah.
on the ground floor of the finish tower.
I can't specify, but talk to a Rowing New South Wales official.
The point of the matter is, Mark, that the car with the number plate
DL39ZV, it's
From
a
the
Toyota Hiace from Sixth, and it is in gorgeous French vanilla colour.
it is, it's a lovely colour, I've heard, but your keys are not with you if you are in that car. They are up here, found by the very kind Sue Wannon in the ladies' toilet. There's a hint. Ladies, check your handbags, check your pockets, check your bras. The keys to your car are in the finish tower. And signing off to everyone on the live stream, thanks for checking in. And do they do a thumbs up or anything?
You can do. We don't have that photo finish result through yet, but we're going to sign off. So before we do though, please make sure you return your bow numbers as efficiently as possible, all rubbish in the bins, and we'll see you next time.
And I'd like to thank you, Mark. You have been in this commentary tower since, what, 7:45 this morning?
8 a.m.
8 a.m. There you are. To Mark Tejan from Glebe Rowing Club.
Okay,
has done
we
a
have
great job.
the photo finish just came through, and as I called it, it was Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell from the Nepean ahead of Marcus Black and Peter Waldersee by a margin of 0.08 of a second.